Welcome to our first and hopefully last time saying this in the course of playing Fire Emblem Engage. This is our second attempt at a map, our second attempt at Xenologue Chapter 4, Clash of Queens, which is the first half of a two-parter as well, or at least a two-parter, part of a series of battles before we return to the Somniel. So it is a multiple chapter sequence of some sort, and we also had a bit of a fiasco in a previous stream where everything seemed to be going very smoothly until we started pulling reinforcements that came in over the mountains. Now, I was expecting reinforcements of some nature to show up in this map because, you know, you're clearly not just going to have the boss characters sit around all day and have their movement locked. They're going to come out and fight at some point, and fight each other, in fact, but what we didn't expect was the severity of the reinforcements that would be flying over the mountains and out of range. And so we found ourselves kind of boxed in between tons of additional reinforcements coming out of this corner and the flying enemies coming down from below. And we were also kind of fighting on two fronts with our party divided and our super tank Louis way out of the way over here. Welcome, Blue Blur. Hope you're doing well. And so we're going to make another run at it this time. What we're going to do is actually do some pretty significant changes. We were probably fine keeping the previous party and strategy so long as we didn't expend all our powers too early and kept things together, you know, just knowing this time that the reinforcements will be coming. But playing the previous attempt also had the benefit of loading me with a whole ton of bond fragments, partly because we hit a couple of major achievement benchmarks like fighting 4,000 battles, for instance. So we had the flexibility to change up our unit selection a little bit and add and subtract some skills, rearrange some rings here and there. Very notably, my caveat with Alchrist previously was that he didn't have access to the Mulagir bow from Lynn because he was only at level 5 with her. Well, we got him up to level 15, he's got the bow now, and he's also got the canter ability as well, so we're putting him in place of Chloe. We are keeping Xenologue as usual. We don't have a lot of flexibility with only 4 slots to choose from, and so some kind of essential function is going to be left unchecked. Blue Blur, congratulations, you started streaming. Yeah, we'll have to drop by and take a look at some point. I don't know if you're doing Mario Maker or something else. Blue Blur, what's with AI? We have a GPT-3 enabled AI chatbot. If you want to talk to the chatbot, just type !AI and ask it a question if you want. Feel free to try it out. And hopefully it will actually function as intended. But just something to keep you entertained in chat while I'm busy talking about Fire Emblem. Anyway, we put Citrin in place of Pendreo. Previously I had Pendreo and Micaiah thinking that we'd need the super heals here and there. But it meant that he was left a little bit situational, and with only B-rank tomes, didn't quite have the firepower I needed either. It was also kind of nice to have him as a high-speed character with Alacrity, but in place of that we're going to go Citrin and Celica. They will take more damage, they will not be as useful when it comes to mass healing, but they will have the benefit of Holy Stance ++ against armies and armies of corrupted, so she'll have a bit of a damage reflect built in, and maybe a more offensive strategy will do. Now, the biggest change that I made was taking out Louis, our super tank, who was able to clear entire waves of enemies in his defensive stance with Ike by himself on a previous session. We've decided to change him out with Marin and go for a bit more of an aggressive attack-oriented strategy. Marin with Roy can also defend pretty well due to hold out. But the idea is that, you know, I need a bit more flexibility to do both physical and magic attacks. And we do already have one tank with Madeline, who we have paired with Ike this time instead of Hector. So we transferred Ike from Louis over to Madeline. We'll be doing the same strategy with her, but hopefully this time we won't be as locked down with this 4 points of movement, which unfortunately makes him much less useful than he was in my party in the main game. And yeah, Blue Blur, I am live a little bit earlier than usual. I'm hoping to cram in a little more today than I'm usually able to do, so luckily I was able to get on a bit ahead of schedule. Anyway, yeah, have fun with the dishes. Insofar as someone can have fun with it. Okay, inventory check. Unfortunately, we don't get to configure most of the party, really, because they are a bunch of presets. But we did like what we did in the previous map, which was make sure we load up the other characters with other ranges of tomes, so they have a bit more flexibility. So for instance, Xenologue here, he's got Excalibur, Bogadon, Thoron. He's going to be trading that right away onto Celestia when we're able. Other than that, oh, Citrine can't actually use Fortify. Oh, she's only B rank in staves. Okay, that's actually a bit of an issue. We can trade Fortify over to Gregory, perhaps, then. Yeah, it didn't occur to me that she didn't have it. Okay. Because that's one thing we definitely use with Pandreo in place of having Micaiah's engage power. So I think we definitely want Fortify and Gregory, who will have the A-rank staff. Okay, in that case, one moment while I make some adjustments. Let's back to Citrine here. We could trade it off, but I think we're going to get Gregory to tap into the convoy anyway, so we'll go Physic with her. So she has a ranged heal. And I think that will be fine. We do need Fortify on somebody. But I think we'll just have to trade that onto Gregory by way of the convoy. And figure that accordingly. Oh yeah, let's make sure it is actually available in the convoy then. Let me make sure it is not just sitting on somebody else. So yeah, we'll make sure we have a couple of staves that are actually in the convoy for us to get. So we were looking for the Fortify staff. Let's see if I can find where to put it. Yeah, Pandreo had one. We'll just store that, because of course you need to reconfigure your entire inventory in this mode. It's a little bit cumbersome, to be honest. Oh, but yeah, we've got 4 to 5 staves to spare. We're in good shape. No real effects staves that I can use, unfortunately. Okay, let's do a final check. Alchrist is only holding a hammer because I intend to trade it off. And Citrine has the 2 spells and 3 heals. We might even put another damage spell on her, like Bolganon, in place of Physic, but no, I think she'll be fine. Won't have as much flexibility with the attacks, but we want more flexibility with the heals, so. Especially with the flyer reinforcement situation that we absolutely know is coming. Anyway. Nice thing about doing most of the setup off stream. Whoops, did we accidentally deselect somebody? We did. Good thing I caught that. That would have been embarrassing. Okay, now we save. Okay, so first turn is going to work kind of like this. Also, because we want to avoid the situation with the reinforcements coming over the mountain, and indeed with reinforcements appearing all over the map, I think the idea is that you actually want to fight somewhat defensively around the center until the bosses are on the move. And once the bosses are on the move, you kind of pick one off and go for the other. And this time with Alchrist and Lyn, we will have the 20 range Astra, which will be exceptionally good, and we'll also be able to take advantage of some of the terrain effects, which we weren't able to do with flyers previously. So for example, let's do 20 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, he's actually kind of within range even on the first turn of potentially getting Ivy down by full bar. If we don't get her down by full bar, rather than trying to damage her early, we actually want to peel off some of the defenders, because we know for a fact they were a bit of a problem. But using him in conjunction with Xenologue to double tap as many flyers as we can, using the bow, is going to be pretty essential, I think. So, without further ado, let's go. Yeah, rings are pretty much the same as before. Ike with Madeline, obviously, and oh yes, a very critical change because we have Celica on Citrin is Soren on Gregory, because one of the things I was really craving rather last map, or last attempt on this map, was having a kind of area of effect attack as well as something to manage my tanking, and so there were multiple situations in that map when I kind of wanted to have Soren in the party and we didn't have him. And yeah, Cataclysm is what we'll be going for then, because the ranged attack is going to be extremely useful later on in terms of hitting multiple spaces and across. So, enough talk, let's go.
Elusia and Solm are in the thick of battle. Let us slip in and surprise their commanders.
Like I was saying previously, a little bit tense about not having Louis and Ike available as a second tank this time, because we knew that with the Great Lance they could clear a ton of spaces at once. But I think the trade-off will hopefully be worth it. If we really struggle with this party loadout, we'll take Marin back out and put Louis back in. And that will likely be the idea. But we need a bit more weapon diversity anyway, so. And we need the units from the other side to fight instead of standing on top of their reinforcements. Okay, hopefully we will meet with a little more success this time around. And we'll definitely need to do a little bit of item management on the first turn just to get items on the right units.
Yes.
Let's see how we're doing in terms of attacks. Yeah, he doesn't quite have the speed to do this, but 32% crit might potentially get you places. 23 speed on that guy. We need to start building up his speed taker with Lyn as well. Yeah, he's able to hit this 100%, so that's likely what we'll be doing. We'll likely need some kind of spell attack on this guy because he is armored.
An invitation?
I don't know how much the Thoron will do here. Oh, it's so close to nuking him completely that if we have some kind of adjacency bonus with my avatar, who is where? Way too far back. Way too far back. We might need to ice him. Oh, that's too bad. She's so close to completely nuking that. Thoron, interestingly enough, is going to hit that completely, but with 64%, which isn't good enough. We might want to go for something a little bit closer. That will kill her, because the dagger does too much damage. So maybe we do want... Maybe we just need to get a 1 point of damage, right? So if we get somebody to just give her an extra point somehow, then we're good. Yeah, this guy's pretty fast. We mostly need to deal with his speed.
How exciting.
However, yeah, he'll need multiple attackers on him, I think, just to make sure we can do it. However, so one thing that we want to do is we need to make sure we get Xenologue to put all of these spells onto Celestia. Xenologue can go out to here, he can double her after that. Celestia, therefore, should probably sit here and do Thoron on somebody. If you do Thoron on this guy, in fact, then Citrin can definitely hit. It's actually a slight overkill to do it that way. But if you manage to do, say, Thoron on this guy, that's 60% or so. I think the first thing we'll try to do is we'll actually just try to tap this guy with Citrin and see what happens. She can do it at 3 range with Thoron, which means that the S support with her, the ring support rather, might actually give her enough hit rate to work with. So let's say I park here in case we... No, here's good. Yeah. So we're gonna go... Yeah, because we wait here, and then we use Nil and Camilla to do the Dragon Vein to get these guys up to the front line with ice. Nil's going to be a little bit behind, though. I'd rather put him up in the top position after Alchrist does his attack. So actually, let's just go wait here. This will also be the convoy point. Then for some of the units who need to grab items on the first turn. And hopefully I did unload everything correctly. And then we can stand... Oh no, we want Citrin. Stand here. And then, yeah, 74%, that's a lot better. In fact, you'll have a bit more space to work with if you come up here, because then other units who need to trade off items can do so. So, oh, also, let's do a range check on these guys. Okay, just be absolutely careful. We also need to do some range checks in general, I think. Just make sure we know what the bosses are up to at any given time. But certainly the bows as well. That's okay, we'll kind of do the inner circle of bows and then we'll expand our way out of that. Okay. So, what we'll do is Citrin's going to get first attack over here. Actually, what's Seedall's range? Seedall would not be able to activate her. If Seedall activates her here, then we're able... Actually, no. If we put ice on him, he'll have plenty of range, so we don't need to worry about that. Range is fine. In fact, if we stand Citrin over here, Seedall over here, once he has his range boost, and Celestia over here, Celestia can do some kind of initial Thoron attack, trade off items, and follow up with another spell attack over there. So, we've got an idea. Let's see if this hits. Good.
I claim this
Perfect.
victory.
In the name of Mars. We take our duck dodgers very seriously around here. Anyway. Alchrist is going to get the... Oh, let's check ranges over here just to make sure we're not running into any surprises. Yeah, we're fine. Alchrist is going to go here. Like I said, I think it's probably possible for Alchrist to do some kind of really long-range snipe in the first turn. We use Seedall with him, but let's take a look. Because... Yeah, Astra actually totally hits. The problem is that it does not do enough damage to take down Ivy. It is 8 damage short, but what if we stand him beside my avatar? I don't even know if he's within range at this point, but... Does that boost his damage by enough? I won't give him the range, unfortunately. I don't think it really boosts his range. In fact, so let's say, you know, you hit this guy, it's 19 by 5. If you did not have that bonus, and the same attack would do... Let's see. Just need to know how the adjacency buff interacts. 18 by 5. So it would give him like a 1 damage boost, maybe. Which wouldn't be quite enough to take down Celestia, or would it? We might have to find out next turn. Wow, there we go. Because it's 9 by 5, if he gets 10 by 5, that's actually still not enough. He's going to be a few points short. It might be helpful anyway. It might pull her prematurely, but no, we should actually try to reduce attackers. B minutes, welcome. Can't watch because you haven't played these maps, but you'll lurk and leave some bits, yeah. You'll be interested to know that this is the first time, B minutes, that I've had to reattempt a map. on a separate stream in this game because we actually got into a really bad situation on the previous stream. All my units were alive and we still had 7 resets left, but it was in a bad situation and I wanted to just redo the whole thing with a new party. So, I mean, it's partly the difficulty of the map, but partly because we did a few questionable things along the way. Played a little bit too risky without knowing what we were getting into. But anyway, that doesn't spoil anything. You can expect, though, that Fel Xenologue is, even with an endgame file, going to give you a fun time indeed. Wouldn't be the end of the world. Yeah, I mean, you know, we might just get stuck here forever. It does not really spoil anything plot-wise, I don't think. Maybe it will. I mean, it depends on whether you know from the trailer or anything who you fight in the Fel Xenologue. It's really no more information than that. Okay, anyway, we need to move Alchrist over here so we can start sniping. And yeah, I wanted to go over here, Silver Bow, and just knock him out immediately.
I'll apologize later.
Blue Blur, the DLC. Oh, we've got Cantor on him too. Excellent. We'll. Do we want to face Bow versus Bow? Oh no, I've got Cantor on him because I wanted him to get into the woods if necessary. But because the woods have 2 movement costs, he needs to be standing next to that to do it. So I'm just going to leave him here for the moment. It's purely for retreat into the woods if we need. So Blue Blur, without spoiling too much, the basic concept of the DLC is that you fall into an alternate universe or timeline where some of the characters that were the bad guys are now your friends, and some of the characters that were your friends are now your opponents. So it's basically just a bit of an alternate universe story, and it doesn't really spoil much about the main story because you are able to play this content before you even finish the main campaign. Whether it's a good idea to do so is maybe an open question. But anyway, let's drop some frost over here, make sure everybody can walk. So the idea I had over here was that we would get Xenologue up to this location so we can reactivate. Right, because I want Xenologue to trade items onto Celestia, and then I want him to reactivate somebody else. Maybe reactivate Alchrist so we can get sniping right away. In that case, we would basically go up here with her and do 1 hit, and then get her to do a 2nd hit. And then Xenologue will trade off items. And then, who had the hammer? Oh yes, he had the hammer, so we're going to trade that off to Madeline. Madeline would go right, because we're going to try to get into this cluster right away. Is literally fan fiction? Well, it might be. I mean, it is also possible that I am not far enough to know any differently. But yeah, it's basically a good and evil swap. And it has its own story, so, you know, I don't want to spoil that either. But yeah, you do get some kind of bonus back in the main game in terms of units that unlock, much like you did in Cindered Shadows back in 3 Houses. My understanding, though, is that it kind of wrecks the level scaling of the main game, because the level scaling of the main game, as you know, with both the skirmishes and the paralogs, is that they kind of get scaled up to your strongest party members. So if you complete the DLC first and get really strong level capped party members, then it kind of breaks the main game. So in terms of just making everything too difficult. That's what I've heard anyway. It doesn't affect me because we have at this point finished the main story. Okay, what was I doing? Yes, Xenologue over here, Celestia over here. So Celestia's going to just zap very quickly. And yeah, Blue Blur, if you like Persona, B-Minutes has been streaming tons of Persona 5. I think he's still on it, because it's an extremely long game, as far as I can tell. So do give B-Minutes a follow if you would like Blue Blur, because he is doing Fire Emblem every week. He's also doing Persona every week. Yeah, Persona 5 I've
My
been
attention.
kind of interested in from afar for a very long time, but I have no time to play it, so it might be a few years before I get to it even. Okay, Seedall is going to trade items to Celestia and then dance with... who will we dance with? Depends on whether any of these guys can actually still poke this unit. Yeah, actually, no, we'll just dance with her, I think, and then... Because everybody's kind of out of range, I should have thought about this beforehand. Yeah, because if we dance with him, then he needs to snipe this guy anyway, so... I think we'll just go with Celestia. So, let's go trade. And we're just going to load her up. One of the nuisances of this mode is that, unfortunately, the characters that you get in this story are all presets that you don't get to configure until you're actually on the map, so I always have to manage their inventory once I'm already playing, which seems like maybe a bit of a quality of life oversight. But anyway, we'll load her up with swords, or not swords, with spells rather, and we'll give her a chance to use them. And we'll even be able to move on ahead in case we need to do anything up here. Let's see. Yeah, in terms of where he's going to stand, range check. Yeah, actually, just to make sure we don't get into any kind of danger zone, we'll just stand right here. Okay. I should have... I didn't have enough points, or I would have gotten him a Canter Plus, so he has 3 movement to get into the woods from 2 spaces away. That's okay. Live and learn. Madeline and Ike will trade off a hammer, and then Gregory and Soren need to pick up a whole bunch of spells and staves. So let me see how we are going to do that. They need to go around here. Nell and Tiki can go up here to grab some spears as well, I think. So, alright, Gregory will go up here. Actually, no, let's kill that thing first so we know what we're dealing with. Excalibur's going to have 100% hit. Great. We'll just keep it. And we'll just keep her in that location as well.
The winds are victorious.
Anyway, alright. Madeline and Ike, let's put them in here so they're not stuck around this corner if I want some additional flexibility. And we're just going to trade here. Let's give her the hammer so she can drop it on somebody later on. Like I was saying, we don't want to get stuck around the mountains this time, so we're going to fight in the open. We'll get onto the right side and kind of control the bottom corner first. The problem with this map is that you do have tons of reinforcements on all corners at some point, so... Gregory and Soren, like I was saying, will go over here, and we will go convoy. And hopefully I have what I'm looking for. Yeah, we'll trade off all the spells. Just to give him some heavy spells since he's a slow character already. And what will we do here? We've got Physic. Physic is a bit lower than Mend. I think I actually want to trade off Physic and put Mend and Fortify on him, because then he'll have a ranged spell but also a close heal. We need a little more burst heal, I think. So we'll go like this, and that looks good. And we can always do more convoy if we need Physic for some reason, so... And Blue Blur, as much as you would love to stay, you have your EOC exams tomorrow. I'm not sure I know what EOC is. End of something. But you have a great time with that. Enjoy being examined. Okay. Wait. And then she's going to go up here. We'll go convoy as well to give her some lances. Yeah, we actually do want Steel Great Lance with her in case she's defending. And definitely spears. I think Silver Lance is probably just redundant with Ripper Sai, except, yeah, it's much slower. Probably don't want that. And Rider's Bane. I actually think we might want to keep the elixir on her, but it might come in handy. We have heals, we can do it. I don't use healing items much in Fire Emblem usually. That might be a weakness when it comes to doing maps with so many preset characters. Yeah, have a good night, Blue Blur. Okay, we're going to wait in this location. We're traded already, yeah. And then we're going to send Marin up as well, so she's not too obstructed by the woods. And the idea will be to go right, if we can. Although I'm tempted to try the Astra Snipe next turn, so we just get as many turns with the Astra attack as possible. Anyway, the two factions are going to fight each other. This is actually the first three-faction map that was seen in this game, I think. Like I was saying, very similar to the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. It has various configurations back in the three houses. We'll just let them do their business. And yeah, no worries, B-Minutes. It's alright, you didn't miss anything. I was just telling Blue Blur that you had also been streaming plenty of Persona lately. Maybe we said something critical on top of that, but who even remembers at this point? Okay, so yeah, I think we just go straight up control center and then try to get within range, 20 range for the bow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So somewhere in this zone is going to be plenty of range. Although, like I said, if we can't kill her in one turn, maybe we shouldn't bother. We should try to peel off it. Whoever's the most concerning defender. Usually the most concerning defenders are actually going to be the ones with the highest speed, because they're the ones we can't double. So it would be somebody like this 25 speed Griffin Knight. They don't have a lot of power, but they're going to be the hardest ones to take down. Although they've got really weak defense, so maybe we should be peeling for Royal Guard here instead, because they are going to move at once. But we'll see. It's tempting to just hit her directly since we can, but I feel like we need to do a whole bunch of stat boosting in order to do that. Like, you know, get onto buy list right away and, you know, do and instruct and just kind of pump my archer stats as much as possible to try to get a one-turn kill on her first life bar. Yeah, you have Boucheron who crits all the time. Yeah, the thing about this mode, though, and I love these heavy crit units. I actually built Anna that way. I built Anna as my super crit axe user in my main party. But in this mode, let's see if I can show you somehow. Yeah, so all of your units here do come with preset levels, and the only thing you carry over into Fel Xenologue are your skills and bond levels. So your custom skills are here, your bond levels are here, but your stats are actually all normalized to a different level on every map. So in this case, everybody is on promoted class level 3 or unpromoted class level 23, and and you also don't have access to the weapon forging. So a couple of the things that let you become very overpowered in the main game are not available here. Yeah. Yeah, Ashen Wolves was a fun campaign. I had a great time with that. Okay. I actually never went back to do a run of 3 houses, the main game, with the Ashen Wolves enabled, and I actually still want to do that at some point. All of these guys are coming in. They're going to do backup attacks, which unfortunately Madeline will not be able to block as well as Louis did, simply because, well, she's not immune to backup attacks. And we didn't build her that way. But if we are careful about our attack ranges, we should be able to maybe bust down a lot of this stuff. Either that or we just use Byleth this turn just to blow away the center. We actually want most of these units to fight each other, though. We want to ignore most of these guys since they're about to crash into one another anyway. And I think we just want to push east and maybe get away from all this. But it does mean I won't get the Astra Snipe on Ivy immediately, so maybe we should clear out some of this stuff. But the thing is, they're all kind of within each other's ranges. However, if you're out of range of these guys, and maybe just snipe off one of these, or snipe this guy and kind of canter back, then I can maybe take out these three just to get the archers out of the way. And this guy as well. And then the other characters aren't actually going to hit me. In fact, these ones aren't going to hit me either. So we can kind of push up here cautiously. And maybe even pick some of these guys off if I'm able to. Yeah. 26, 39, 33. I think actually Madeline would be able to just take them. Yeah, her hit rate's terrible, but if we put her on here, at least it'll attack into her, and maybe she'll be able to get something done. That's the problem with having an axe tank rather than a lance tank, is that her hit rate is just dreadful. But yeah, we definitely want to peel the archers, I think. Or just push directly to the east and claim some territory. But no, we want to go probably dead center. So let's see what we can do with our backline here. We can go... so Nil can get some units to move fast, which we'll probably do. Yeah, we might actually want to do that. A few of these guys. We can also go 3 range against this. Close with a Thoron. I think we need to stand someone next to her to do that. So, for example, we stand here. And then boost everybody's damage just a little bit. Or, no, you can't quite do longbow from here. Let me just think about that. So let's say we drop Frost on a couple of these. Fellspark is okay. We should definitely take some of this out, though. Gregory and Soren will have decent spell damage. Not quite good enough, though. Let's see what he does against the bow. Obviously, we're not going to hit the bow from... Okay, so he's off by 1. That might be fine. Except, of course, for these trees just getting in the way of everything. Now, the Thoron will, in fact, hit if we just give him some additional support, perhaps. Let's say we go up here. Yeah, let's not use Byleth yet. We can probably hold off another turn. We will then go. First of all, Celestia up here and try to hit the 39. Okay. Pretty low hit rates all around, but we got it. Well, we can't depend on that for too long, but... So, if we go Bolganon over here, that almost kills. Not quite. Thoron can also hit this. 60% is not good, but we'll try it. And if it misses, I expect it will. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, we got it. It's like the first time I've ever seen a 60% attack not whiff in this game. But yeah, we can. We'll go Thoron again. Yeah, well, those are our only two choices here, so let's go with that.
Now this outfit needs a wash.
Someone will have to repeat in order to snipe that guy. We can do that. What we should definitely do, though, is see if we can go engage and snipe off some flyers from over here.
I'm sorry you're stuck with me.
The idea is that hopefully engage will expire and allow me to get back onto Astra by the time we need it again. So yeah, we can try to pick her off. She won't really have any heals over there, but I said maybe it's a better use of resources to kill one of her guards outright. Yeah, because the thing is, the other units that are on the field will fight each other, so we don't necessarily need to prioritize them, but her guards are going to be in place the whole time, and they are an issue. So we might even go for the most outlying one. Actually, let's take a look at what they are and whether they're different, whether they hold different weapons. Lance, spear, silver lance. We'll obviously go spear, I think. Because the 2 range attack there will be the most annoying thing to deal with, so we'll snipe the spear. But first, also, Marin has a lot of flexibility here. Dagger's just going to outright kill. 11 Sword does alright, but Dagger's better. And in fact, we can see how much incoming damage there is if she is... Dagger's sword is quite good, in fact. It breaks. And yeah, they all have like about a 40% attack on her too, so... obviously we'll hit at range though with the dagger, because then she won't take the counterattack, even at 40%. Because the idea is that we should be able to pick at least one of them off. Yeah, this guy's got the biggest hit, so we'll do that. Use that guy and probably send Madeline up above to do something additional. And in fact, yeah, with Mill and Camilla, you can have some additional movement range as well. So then the question is, who will Xenologue get to kill this one? Probably Alchrist, but because Alchrist can counter. So anyway, let's engage. Let's go Astra. And then let's pick off the spear.
Now I have you. I see you.
Now we need to get him on an orb right away to reload the power once he's done, because one of the issues we ran into with the previous map was taking too long to get him back in order. But we also want to get him tons of kills with Speed Taker, just so he gets loaded up nice and early. Where's Cedal? Yeah, so we'll probably just go Longbow and then canter back. That's likely to be the play here. In fact, there's no reason not to do that now, so we'll just do it now. And then we'll have cleared out the center, mostly. That's assuming he can get the kill, but I think he will. Longbow should do it. Easily.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
And we'll get Speed Taker once again. But yeah, he'll have a couple turns to just basically wreck everybody, and then we should make use of that as much as we can. while we can. And then once it expires, we need to get him on an orb right away and get that ability charged up when we deal with what's coming. Nell and Nil, we have to get their names straight as usual. If we do another frost movement buff or something, or we can just smoke these guys. But no, I think this would be best that you put Marin over here. A silver dagger on this guy. Actually, let's check their speed stats and such. 17. Yeah, the Swordmaster is a little bit annoying, but at least the Swordmaster won't double me in return, which is the important thing. I think what we'll do... Yeah, all these hit rates are pretty bad. Now, if we have 2 additional spaces on her... Actually, yeah, let's boost her movement. Let's go Dragon Vein and Frost on her. Because then she might be able to get far enough to maybe get with a spear over here. Now, it does mean that she's going to take an attack from this guy. Steel Sword 25. Let's see what that does. Speed 11. So yeah, she's going to get doubled. But by something, it's going to hit for 25, and it's going to be sword against spear, so... she'll take some damage, but she'll pull that guy in, maybe, assuming it doesn't fight up there. But the idea will be to break him. 55%, not great, but maybe the best we can do for now. And then we have... basically Madeline trying to come in for the finisher, so we'll do that. And yeah, she's going to have to take a hit in return, but see what happens. So yeah, 26 attack comes in here, 7 and 7. We'll deal with it. But the idea is that I want to whack this guy. 42%, I really don't expect it to happen, but... In fact, because we don't want... Yeah, the concern at this point is that they mob her instead. Because you got 26 here... And indeed, the Berserker might come in here to back that up. This guy's no longer able to hit this location, so yeah, we should actually prioritize taking out the axe then. Particularly because the axe can break the lance. So that'll hit and that'll kill, but... with Swordmaster in that position, I think this will be fine.
I won, my princess.
Okay. Anyway, let's watch them fight. So, the army's going to fight in the top corner. And we'll let them do their job. and mostly stay in the middle if we can. Gotta watch out for the chain attacks here. It's going to be 5 damage from them. That'll be bellwether of what to expect for the rest of the map, so gotta make sure we heal her up at the tail end of that. That's still within reason, you know, you'll have some Dragon Vein damage here and there, but yeah, everybody's gonna come in that way.
I see we have some uninvited guests.
Okay, so I don't know if that was triggered by me or if it's merely always triggered on that turn, but that's okay. We'll pull all that nice and early and then start moving in right away to take care of all of this stuff. Nil and Camilla will probably drop as much as possible on these guys to give them some movement. Because Citrin is able to hit over here. So yeah, we'll go over here, Dragon Vein Frost. And then we've got some movement going. First of all, though, we're going to Excalibur this guy. Yeah, we'll get a safe distance. We gotta clear away from the mountains so we don't get mobbed by flyers, but I think we're going to be in decent shape.
I claim this victory.
Okay. Good thing to claim. Alchurst can come in here with a longbow. Probably move even further forward to help blitz down the rest of that cluster. Gregory is able to drop a heal if we want to do so. Yeah, we should. We should. But first things first, we're going to... well, first of all, let's untag these. We actually just want to kill everything here if we can. I think we can probably do it. But we might not be able to reach this guy, so let's just make sure we know what we're doing. Longbow does 19. Yeah, that'll be fine.
A good wind.
Okay. Nice hat. Xenologue is able to get movement 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, if we want to maximize our chance of hitting this guy, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the longbow doesn't hit. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you can also drop doubles and then bait this attacker in, perhaps. We'll actually go here. Yeah, Marin actually might be able to hit, given enough distance to run. Just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and she'd be able to hit. Whether she can kill is a different question, but Gregory and Soren potentially able to hit with spells. We'll see if we need it. We might not. In any case, if he's not the one who's going to hit, then we should probably heal in advance. Yeah, she's a little bit fragile. But Celestia and Corin should be able to get a nice solid spell attack down here. Oh, that'll just kill it. Great. Bolganone's even better when it comes to hit rate, so we'll do it.
I'm glad this battle is won.
Okay. Yeah, Gregory and Soren will get the heal. Then, are you able to do anything useful with Nell? Probably. Just tap this guy. Rather dreadful hit rate. Oh no, Fellspark will hit at 100%, so we will do it that way. We'll heal her up first.
Yes.
She'll come down here. We should have enough attacks left over to take out the rest. All within range, too. Okay. Adeline and Ike. We do need to one-shot the archer somehow. Oh, she's just short on everything here. But Seedall reloading somebody in this location will be able to push forward. Yeah, probably Alchrist again so we can get Speed Taker going. Because he'll actually be able to double the Swordmaster. Then Marin can come here and start killing. Might be one attacker off from what I need. And the bow has to go down, otherwise it's going to snipe me off here. But Alchrist once again can drop doubles if we need, so it might be okay. Also, if I just double my avatar instead, then yeah, we're going to have to deal with one attacker regardless. Yeah, we can take out a sniper and probably go drop doubles up here. I think that's probably going to be the best way to do it. Also, she is here. Yeah, potentially gets doubled. Does kill the archer, though, with a silver sword, which is going to be good. Or the 11 sword. Yeah, the question is, what can I do with her? Well, we might be able to engage with Ike now for some additional attack power, even though that might be a bit premature, given that we don't need her defensively. Not just yet. So. Yeah, and where's the boss? Boss is all the way up here. But we know that she joins the battle as well once she sees Ivy activated, so because last time we got chased by her down here. And so if we can... And you got so many units up here that aren't close to being defeated yet. But if you can get up there, you might be in good shape, so... Let's say we figure out whether one of the engaged weapons can kill a hammer. Has a hit rate that's a little too low for comfort. But would get this. And you could go Alchrist, grab the other one, and then Marin to grab the last one. I actually kind of like this. 69% isn't great, but then that'll affect who we attack here. Yeah, she can't actually one-shot this guy anyway, but Alchrist should be able to. So why don't we just do this? Yeah, we'll be using the Ike hammer. It's a different hammer weapon. 69%. Not expecting great things, but we'll try it. Miss. Okay. That's okay, as long as she's standing there. In that case, we do need to take this guy out. And then we need to deal with the possibility that you could have 26 attack by 2 going here against Celestia. It's going to be 7 and 7. That's fine. She'll live. 7 and 7 is fine. 33 attack coming into her. That's fine. Yeah, we're still going with this idea. We need to watch our range, though. and put him back here in the woods. Or here. It's within range of one attack, but we'll be fine, I think. 26 speed, yeah. It'll do like 20 damage to him if it does hit, but rather than worrying too much about that, we're going to over here. Noticeably, yeah, we can take that out. And then we'll be able to stand back here against this guy who's able to do 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll be able to hit Madeline and hit Marin if she's here. Now with a lance, yeah, so we probably don't want to be on sword so we don't get broken. So we can kill this without the sword. So let's see with a dagger. Oh, we're probably in good shape. Because even an attack into her with defense 13 isn't likely to do very much. We'll do 20 at most. That's fine. In fact, since this guy has very low resilience, maybe we should in fact go 11 sword just as preparation. No, except the swords will be broken, so let's go this way. And so we'll have one phase in defense. And we'll stay on Malugir. Although, yeah, we want actually as much of a guaranteed hit as possible, so. Silver bow. Killer bows are less than that. We'll see if this works.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
And then we'll load up a speed taker right away. We were saying. And yeah, put him up here so we have a bit more flexibility. Now, do we stay around this general area? I think we do. Yeah, because now we have not a lot going on for the enemy, so probably we don't want to pull directly too soon. We can kind of get up here and prepare. Anyway, we'll see if Ivy immediately makes a run for reinforcements. And we'll need minimum 4 turns to get Astra back in the mix. Which we'll definitely be using. Yep, she's going to go for it. And I think it's either this turn or next turn that she calls in the Air Force. Next turn, I suppose. Yeah, last time we took out Ivy first. I don't think it particularly matters which order we're going in, but
Looks like Queen Ivy is making a move. In that case, so will we.
anyway, she's activating. There we go. More of that crew over there. Now we'll be able to probably do the Ike thing. But we might want to save it. We've got 2 turns remaining on this, though. Madeline and Ike, and this time she'll be accompanied. Yeah, Great Ether. Right, she doesn't have the full selection of weapons because she's just in level 1, but I think she'd be able to live through that as long as we heal her up first. I think the priority should, in fact, be to get Gregory in there. Also, if we get Alcris in there, he's able to hit and run. Because these guys, if he hits at longbow range, he can pull back 2 spots. And we obstruct that, then we're okay. We hit a longbow range to come here. Or we just send her in. Ideally, get her onto the avoidance spot. So where's my Gregory? Yeah. Actually, just a little out of range for heals, so. But not if we drop ice on him. Where's Nil? Nil is over here. Right, because we got these guys coming in. Let's tank them. And we've got some movement here. This means that potentially of a hit. Yeah, against a tome attacker, we can probably just tank that directly. Against this guy, yeah, she's not going to be too good. 40 does hit, but at 64%, that's not necessarily survivable. Unless we put somebody beside her, of course. I think we had better let these guys come in. Yeah, we're not ready to fight them yet. Let's see. Gregory and Soren with a heal. Then we come in. Might even drop a second wad of ice, in fact. Which might let me snipe all this. Excalibur just doesn't do enough here. It does a damage reflect, but... Oh, you know what? It does a damage reflect. Which means that the second attack won't hit her. But she's going to be pretty wounded. So you wouldn't want to leave her there. And again, we also don't want to get drawn into a fight too close to the mountains. Let's stay out of here. Yeah, maybe she can drop some heals as well. But no, we'll put Gregory over here. And 31, 26, 26, 31. Yeah, main and at risk, of course, is the backup attacks. And being doubled all over the place and by everybody. But if she's got defense 30 at this point, nothing's really going to touch her. Backup attacks is really all there is to it. So we'll probably go over here this turn and go ether then. Just as long as we're within range of this guy. In fact, we can even just do it here. And everything will be fine. I'll just make sure other units are within range to capitalize on that. Maybe start moving up towards this, just to get in position for the next big fight. And also to get Alcrist's position on top of this orb in 2 turns' time. In fact, it might even make sense to bait them in now with drop doubles. Just so we know what we're dealing with. Yeah, because we can... Let's go over here. And go call doubles now. And start supporting some of those attacks, although we'll need somebody to clear out this area. Xenologue can probably just tap on Gregory to get him to drop an additional end. It's probably the best idea. Moment. And we'll stay outside of the action until we have a clear idea of how it looks. Let's move her up first.
Focus.
Okay, so we get the party topped up. And we'll move in. And make sure we have no range issues with these guys. Okay. Yeah, we'll get ready to potentially use Violet for the attack on the boss's party if they do come in this turn. It'll probably be 2 turns away by the current looks of it. Okay. So wait. And we'll move on up as long as we're just going to stand there, yeah. Now in Tiki. Might be a good time for Nell to drop her Resurrection Orb. And poor Nell over here. I don't know, we'll need a dragon this turn, but we do need that. That's a bit of an insurance policy, just because he'll be likely to be caught by something. If we burn through Tiki's power now, then we have a better chance to reload it earlier when we need it. I don't know, I think we should wait. Yeah, we should wait. And hopefully not come to regret saying so. We'll go over here in case championship down below requires our attention. Not that this vein will do much for me here. But it's a bit of a make work roll. But yeah, Hill is struggling quite a bit. We'll stand here in case Noah wants to drop Frost over here too. It was like purpose again. Let's see how it goes. Anyway, mutually assured destruction. Yeah, going into this blind, I think that was sort of an unusually rough situation with Ivy's reinforcements. I don't know if Tamara up there is going to do anything similar in terms of, I don't know, dropping a whole squad of wolf monsters on us or something. Certainly we don't know her move. We are taking a party over here to get a quick knockout though. Yet, no significant damage. 5 damage from the backup, so we'll be fine. We know how to deal with that.
Go forth, my sweet
Okay, so here's the moment of truth.
Destroy them.
these guys. Very fast, at very long range. We need to fight them on our terms. Okay, good. Gonna clear the area. And yeah, wyvern range is already an issue here. They're chasing me down. Ideally we snipe them and kind of get in position, but again, too close to the mountains. We want them in the open. So let's not spend too many powers just yet. Again, yeah, Lynn's power expires in one turn. We want it to expire. So we can actually get on an orb. I think we need to run out. Now, if we had movement buff on Citrin, maybe we can... Yeah, no, we don't want to split the party too much. We need to keep it together. Let's not do anything too adventurous. Madeline's down here. Yeah, we'll want to walk her up. Although having her sit on the orb is not a bad idea. It just means that she'll be unavailable to tank some of this stuff. And we might need her to do that, so... Let's get up here. Again, just to get some movement going. And I think we're probably able to take out a lot of this stuff. Huge movement range on a boss, though, with the bolt axe. And with the silver lance, so... We don't want to overcommit, because she hits quite far. In fact, it shows you how much damage she will do with her own Camilla. And it is going to be pretty considerable, so... Let's... See, again, you can kind of get in there, snipe, and get out. And we might even have him clear 2 if we can. Or we send Madeline up there to start tanking. Although, in order to do that, we do need to take out the magic attackers first. So maybe that's the priority. Take out both magic attacks. See what we can do about this guy. He's armored. He can probably die to a magic attack. And we'll clear all 3. And it's mostly the physical attackers up here, and we can stay out of their range. And we'll have somebody here to pull the boss. Although she's got enough of an attack that maybe the best way to pull her is to just have her run into the double if we can. So. Nope. Yeah, longbow here will kill, and then we pull back. And then we double. I think that's the best way to do it. And so maybe we do want to reload Ike's power down below on the other orb.
I'm your knight to command.
And this guy is almost going to die once again. And get the adjacency. Plus 3 on her, that would solve it. So let's solve it. Let's just park her here. Yeah, that's probably best. We'll go wait. We'll go 11 sword here. Yeah, the offensive power is quite nice. It's 27 attack on that. Or 27 damage from that just now. That was pretty good. And then... Now let's see if we can actually pull both Alcris and Seedall into a safe zone. If they snipe in even a little further. Because let's say you snipe this guy, right? You've got longbow here. You go back 2 spaces. See, it all can reload. You go back 3 spaces. You can come back out. It might be a little bit tricky depending on how cautious we are about. Well, yeah, because he's always able to go back to the spot as well, which is good. So, example, if you decided to go with a Thoron here, that's going to be pretty much a guaranteed hit. Yeah, because then... Oh, he's actually not able to go far enough. But if he goes here, does a longbow snipe, maybe. 1, 2. And then... back here, snipe. Yeah, he doesn't quite have enough of a retreat square. So I think we shouldn't get too fancy here. I'm just trying to see if he can actually get in further, but I think we probably don't want to risk it. We'll hit this guy. Oh, you know what? You can also hit this guy. All these guys are very fast. Or, no, they're not fast, they're just tough. They have no resilience, so... yeah, we'll just hit and pull back. Hit, pull back. Get him reloaded over here and just pull back some more. Yeah, just hit and pull back.
Excuse me, me too. Look here.
That way we will avoid
a good wind.
going too deep before we're actually able to handle it. And yeah, we won't get an additional attack on him this turn, but I think we're fine regardless. We might have to defend down here in this corner before we proceed up, but we're about to potentially get sandwiched. And as usual, comedy must hedge. Let's over here. I mean, they can try to attack into him. I think that would be a bad idea. Yeah, we just want to stand out of here, and standing here would mean that you get the damage buff from the illusion being attacked. So okay, that's good then. So the thing is, we want Madeline like to stand here for an additional turn. Well, I mean, given the lack of other orbs and the fact that if these guys all coming in, I think we will. And no one else has really spent there yet, other than Ulchrist and Lynn, so we're probably still okay. Celestia and Corrin, we want them potentially to do a freeze play, so we have to keep them in position. Now these guys here, I'm not attacking them, I just want to look at damage check, see what we're dealing with. Yeah, daggers. Actually, both of these are ranged attackers, aren't they? So we'll need to deal with this little magic assassin squad at some point. Rider's Bane. Yeah, Fellspark's probably still best just because of the hit rate. Yeah, you can maybe try for it, but I think we'll go back a spot. Or line things up. Yeah, we want units to be available in sets of 3 generally. Also, who needs heals? I mean, she maybe needs a bit of a top up, but... yeah, this will probably be fine. And this guy's gonna move. Well, that's a way to line him up. Oh, and Seedall's one of the 3, so yeah, that's actually not useful. When it comes to figuring out who's going to be useful here. Now here, nobody's going to hit it. At least I don't think so. Yeah, we'll probably face left here and just get ready to actually fight. If we need to do that as a cluster, we will. Let's switch back. Okay. She's going to stay here. Try to reload completely. And Zasya and Korin, we're fine. Do we actually do all the weapon training we wanted to get done earlier? I think we did. It'd be useful to put a killing edge or something on her, but no, we'll just go up here. Madeline and Ike. Okay, they can go up there. I think she'll go over here. I need heals. Actually, we kind of do. Just top up the ones who are leveling or doing some such thing. Ah, not enough range. Let's go over here. And she's got 4 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, we don't want to do that. We want to keep her here. For at least one more turn. Does mean that she's not going to see much action down here yet. And given her low movement, she probably won't anyway. Gregory and Soren. Now that they've learned how expendable they really are sometimes. Okay, this should work. But those guys are going to cover miasma everywhere. And blanket it from the skies. Luckily we've got Dragon Veins to help clear. Multiple Dragon Veins, in fact. You can see why Dragon Vein might be good on a flyer. You wouldn't benefit from terrain effects, but you can drop other effects and hope for the best. Anyway, Air Force incoming. This is looking a lot cleaner. Much fewer complications. It'll drop fire everywhere because that's what they do. It'll slow them down, so works for me. Ooh, that's a huge cluster. And a huge cluster with some magic attackers, that's the main issue. Yeah, she dropped the Camilla fire, that's okay. But it does mean that we'll need to attack up into these guys if we to fight. However, this turn will be the turn that Chris and Lynn kind of get a chance to make a slight comeback. Let's see, because they can attack into somebody and back up. And perhaps even drop doubles right away in this corner location here, just to obstruct. So, let's see who's the most difficult one to deal with here. Yeah, he can't quite hit those, but he can hit the mage. Pull back after that. I think we can probably do it, just... we might be split a bit thin. Yeah, we could camp down here. We need to make sure we see what this guy's doing. Let the movement 3 to 5, yeah. We might need to peel these right away because movement 6 they are catching up on me. Well, Gregory and Soren, let's see here. This will not quite do enough. Terrible hit rate too. I mean, they can kind of outrun this turn. Well, yeah, we should outrun. We need to clear this cluster. But then we're making the same mistake as last time, only on this side of the map, where we're standing right on top of the reinforcement point. We're not quite ready to deal with it yet. So we could clear these guys, stand here, get ready to fight. How much movement do they have? 2, 3. And we just get ready for it. Yeah, we actually don't want Alcris too far. We need them back here, so when these guys start to catch up, we know how to handle them. In that case... yeah, penetrating attack at least is pretty predictable. Riders Bane, Great Lance and such. Also, would we hit the ranged one here? Off by a little bit. And this guy can't do anything useful. What we can do potentially is drop some smoke over here. Slow them down. Weaken them accordingly. It won't really affect the flyers though, so it might not be advisable. Yeah, these guys can only go this far this turn. Their movement's not great. 4 movement. We can kill this guy and pull back. So yeah, I think we need to take this open space and fight here. I think we need to commit to that. Now, the nice thing is, go like this. Run this surprisingly well. Yeah, this guy's a bit fast for my taste, but I'll hopefully find a way to hit that. Vulnerable, but a bit too fast. We need to deal with them this turn so we don't have to deal with the dragons at the same time afterwards, so... okay, let's see how the different units would usually treat this. Notice that if we have one of the engage attacks. Doesn't do anything. However, if we weaken them first, I just need them to attack into me. I just need somebody who's a good dual purpose tank who can defend. Yeah, because the current concern is that, you know, even if we take out this cluster, we just have another round of reinforcements that comes down after that. They're out of range a little bit, and regardless, they need to sit on this orb. See it all. Go here, he's able to pull it out if we fight in the center instead. Yeah, this is a rough position. The Xenologue can tap here and pull back 3, and then still have the same issues here. Let's sword will not quite do it. What even is this guy? Very high defense all around. So even an 11 sword can't quite get the job done. And what can? Yeah, pretty good hit on the Thoron, in fact. 21 remaining after that. Excalibur would do a lot better. In fact, Excalibur with adjacency would just kill. Now the issue is that we aren't really able to pull her out of there right now. Let's think about this. Yeah, the damage is not quite good enough here. I mean, we do have enough damage to take out this guy. He's an issue perhaps, but there will be more. Very tough, actually, all these guys. I think we maybe need to mobilize these ones down here. Let's see. %. We should at least try that stuff just to see how much headroom we have to work with here. Just trying to find the appropriate hit rate here. Yeah, like I said, False Spark knocks down to 17. If we can knock down to 17 first, that would be ideal. 50%-ish. Not great, but it's going to still be our best option here. Just to head down here to defend our turf. Let's try to knock it down as much as possible. Very good. Okay. Not sure if he'll be able to repeat the trick, but just in case. Oh, didn't think so. 50%, I mean. That's what happens. Yeah, the 90% hit here will be pretty good. The main thing is that she is going to be exposed out in the open for the first attack in from that guy over there. That's fine, we might just have to take one. Except she might get frozen or trapped or something. 27. Let's see. Yeah, it's all the extra effects of being breathed on that causes a problem. Yeah. Okay, in that case. And also Xenologue can also reload a character anytime. Maybe we'll have an even better hit rate for something. Some spears and... Well, let's see. This guy's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we just need to outrun him. I think. Just outrun. Now, the thing about Xenologue is that he's actually able to pull Tiki out of this position, so I think that's what we'll do. Okay, that's good. Now, the last guy's not really within reach. Not even for this guy. Yeah, because he's going to come in with his magic attack speed 17. No, I might even be okay. As long as I get this guy out of the way. Do we have the ability to... Yeah, drop some more ice. Oh, drop some more ice, actually. No, 2 range won't make a difference here. Okay. In that case... Oh no, wrong weapon. It was the one I was checking. Yeah, Madeline and Ike still in a position. Yeah, so I guess we're in Soren. Where's my tank? I guess it's just Madeline who's just absorbed. Just thinking about this very carefully. Because we do need to pull this guy out, for sure. So he doesn't get breathed on. She, rather, doesn't get breathed on. Then... over here, it'll give her a chance to pull out. Oh, we'll make sure we're on a spell spark. We'll come over here. Okay, we'll go wait. Yeah, 29. It's going to be 13 to 13 survivable. It's actually, no, it's going to be magic anyway. Yeah, it's fine. And even so, yeah, that would get things quite low. He definitely needs to get out. 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, they should get down there 2 to 1. And these two run. I don't think it actually gets me anything. Okay, so anyway, we've been dawdling too much on this turn. Let's just figure out what our approach is going to be. Just try to stack as much context as we can. Oops. Yeah, I just need to get everybody back out of their range. Alcris would actually be the best case scenario because he would just be able to flat out kill. Problem is that these guys have already spoken. Let's see. He's got 2 extra times, 2 extra moves rather. Gets you close but not quite. Yeah, we need to beat this one now. 29. That's okay, usually it does get doubled. All of these will live. Makes me think. Yeah, let's just make sure we know what his range is. Yeah, just so we're aware. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately the 2 movement from Frost probably won't get you quite close enough. And then I actually think they should be blockading this other location. This guy will come in and get something, but who's weak to magic? They're all pretty decent. 13 is the lowest number there. I'll basically give you a 16 to 16. Yeah, actually that is a problem. We've burnt a lot of our units already. We can mobilize that somehow. Oh wait, no, I'm reading the wrong number, right? Yeah, 12. Resilience 12. 29 over 12 is going to be 17 and 17. That still lives. Right, we were reading the wrong numbers. 28 there. Okay, in that case we should actually just pull back. And snipe this guy, the other ones are not too much of an issue. Yeah, if Alcris hits over here and then pulls back, we're probably in fine shape. Oh yeah, because we had determined much earlier that this guy just doesn't die. Yeah, because that's obviously going to be a pretty huge beatdown. The problem is I can't get her out of there afterwards. But by making her available attack, maybe this guy attacks into me. That would hit so hard, though. Everything about this hits hard. Like if we sit in the woods or something, it's maybe doable. But we do need to protect this one, too. So, yeah, just form a defensive line, perhaps. What's the speed on him? 8s. Yeah, I don't want to burn the powers yet. Not at the point where that's going to be a necessary desperation play. Nothing's quite defensive here. Just trying to look for a better hit rate, but does he have armor? He has armor. What would we take Armor Slayer in? Not much. But yeah, getting up here and killing this isn't the problem. It's defending against the next move that's the issue. In which case we just pull her out. And do a momentary reduction of who it is we're using. Also, yeah, we have engaged powers as well. Maybe that would have been the key. Because we know Levin does well. Let's just evacuate everybody. Also this guy, yeah. Let's just pull everyone back. We can just outrange this guy and not fight. We should have done that in the first place. Spent way too much time determining that. We'll just get ready to fight here. Oh yeah, that's the issue. And he'll come in and hit. Well, defense 18. Put on Armor Slayer. I mean, we probably do it. Because this guy will have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, he doesn't even hit. Yeah, no, we're fine then. We'll just go down here and then create row 3. And then we wait here. Okay, that took way too long, but in the end we just decided to retreat, which we should have decided in the first place instead of spending so long trying to figure out an attack. We'll let them deal with each other. A nice thing about the fire there is just going to trap her movement for a while, so if she wants to drop fire on herself, well, be my guest. Probably wind up taking Ivy first, judging by the looks of this. Ah, yes, that's one of the issues, is that we didn't end up getting the orb on Alchrist. Which is a huge problem. That was the same problem we had last time, in fact. That he just didn't have the bow available in Chloe that time when we needed. Luckily with Alchrist this time, he has a bow anyway, even when he's not engaged. And the bow should still be able to take down the monsters, I think. And if he's able to do that, he should be able to charge up relatively quickly, as long as we double tap everybody we can. Yeah, these guys are going to try to mob me from below. So yeah, these guys are starting to get within range. We basically need to, you know, maybe longbow it and pull back 2 spots. Or hit and then pull back with Seedall. I think, yeah, we can do it. We can do it. It's going to be extra cautious, as her range is crazy. So, we'll make sure we're out of range of any of these guys up here. Again, apart from the magic attack, Madeline's able to tank everything as long as we get her up there. Nil is not. I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then hit over here. Nil should actually load everybody's movement. Oh, we could have loaded Madeline's movement. Gotten her to get up there, but rather than do that, I think we're going to go straight for the snipe Zalchrist. Nice thing is, longbow will actually do just fine, which means longbow allows me to pull back 2, then we don't need to worry about too much else, in fact. Yeah, he won't stand on the orb yet, but if he gets lots of attacks in, he'll just recharge. Longbow's going to be the way. Great hit percentage too, so we'll have no trouble with these guys this time. Go down so fast. We'll put him up here in case we want to reload him quickly. Then next thing is to peel off this guy and this guy too. Alright, Gregory and Soren, if we attack in here, they are a little short on damage and hit rate. Celestia and Corin, though, can drop a Thoron on that. No, that's a little low as well. I think the way to do it is just to reload Alchrist. Or Seedall. Yeah, in fact, even Seedall is able to attack in and break. And then we can follow up with somebody else once broken, but I think it's better if we... Hang on, let's make sure. This guy marked already? Yeah. Yeah, because all of their ranges are within Ivy's range. We'll just reload him. Pull back. And yeah, he can't quite get up to the orb. Which is too bad, because that would have been a natural way to play this. Longbow doesn't quite do it, but that's okay, we'll just get him closer. And Silverbow will do this quite easily. Alacrity really paying off here on the skill set.
I can't believe I did that.
Okay, now we just take this guy out. Now surely that's not going to be a problem. Defense 4. Just need something to go physical. In fact, even just going sword will be fine, except the hit rate's abysmal. Oh, because he's in the woods. But he's in the woods, and magic attack should actually still do fine. It's just that we don't often think of doing that against somebody who is also a magician. No, very poor hit rates. And somebody who can really hit. Yeah. She'll be able to do it from range, in fact, so let's just do it. Silver Dagger. Oh yeah, because that is able to hit from range, so we should be careful here. That's okay, we can always heal her up. And in fact, Silver Sword will just hit for 30, but the hit rate's not great. But it does save you a heal. Let's just do it. 79% though. A lot more comfortable with this 84. A lot more comfortable. It's a 5% difference though. Well, if we whiff, we'll learn this the hard way. Okay, this is feeling so much more comfortable than the last time we played it. Anyway, like I was saying, Madeline should get in here and tank the first hit. We should not tank the magic attacker, but we should be able to get in over here and snipe off the magic attacker. Like this. Yeah, just snipe it off with Liberation. The problem is that if I'm way out of position here, I won't be able to use Violet on the succeeding turn, but I foresee we won't need to just yet. Probably better to peel it. Because then we'll have a lot more flexibility. Positioning Madeline in the back. It makes sense for Madeline to be in the back since her armor doesn't stop the Wyvern attackers anyway. Go over here, for instance. We don't want the enemy in the woods. So, we're probably doing just fine. Yeah, right here. Mel and Tiki, well, we're about to fight over here. Now might be a good time to consider... Oh yeah, she can heal up too. But Corin can just drop a heal on her. We'll stay back here. Okay, Celestia can do this. Just dropped a Dragon Vein, I think. Has anybody damaged at all? No, still fine. Let's go right here, and we'll drop the Dragon Vein here. And that should heal her up. And he's probably fine here. Okay. Yeah, the only caveat here is just Byleth being so far back. He's way out of position, and so hopefully he doesn't get chased down. I think we can do it. Yeah, this is going so much better. I mean, we knew what was coming. It makes a huge difference in this map. Simply because Ivy's little surprise here is so powerful. Okay, now this is the turn where we need to start thinking about using Corin's power to freeze the enemy. Anyway, we'll let him fight. Boss is way out of position this time instead of trying to chase me down, so I'm okay with that. Everyone will need to just fight everyone else. Yeah, like I said, Violet is kind of way out of position. So close. That Armor Slayer? Okay, I guess they're all armored. Which is fine, because if we pull out over here, then you just do the Ike thing again, and everybody else gets out. Yeah, you'll need to restrict this though, so it doesn't hit. And a Ray Volish over here, which would easily kill. Now, we just locked down a movement Now we don't have Hobble on Marin yet because she's not yet level 5 here. But yeah, this whole cluster here, we can probably lock it down. In fact, we just need to hit one. We just need to hit this guy. And everything else just stops. But we can also do this. Silver Bow doesn't quite get her. Killer Bow definitely doesn't quite get her. Now why does a Silver Bow do that much better? 46... Oh yeah, because... I didn't realize it would do that much. I don't know what it is. I don't see why we benefit from it that much. But anyway, yeah, so I think we might actually want to pull back this turn. We're still a little too close without being able to fight. Main thing is that Ivy is kind of dangerous. Let's see, because if we go like Thoron over here, I'm gonna hit her necessarily, but if we go Thoron over here, we do take one attack. No, we might take two because of bolting. Bolting would do 32. Maybe 11. This guy would do a flat 27, so that's 38 damage. If it hits, that is. I mean, if we engage over here, we throw a thorn at this guy. These guys are still potentially within range, which is crazy. Alright, that's a little bit rough. Also, though, we have Gregory and Soren's power. I'll just do a quick test over here. Okay. Yeah, these guys I'm not going to worry too much about. I think we can get out of their range anyway. As long as Nil also gets out of there. Nil might have to retreat to the back corner. Well, I know. Now, but if movement is an issue here, then who is the specialist we want? 4, 5. Okay, so let's say, yeah, no, we actually did need to Thoron and then pull out using Seedall, and then we hit this guy. We actually try to defend over here after freezing these units, so we don't run into too many of them right away. And we have an extra turn to get Violet back into position. So she'd have to hit over here. Xenologue goes over here and goes back 1, 2, 3. Which is still tight. Does she need to hit the whole cluster? Not clear, because if she's doing it here, 1, 2, 3, hit. These guys get immobilized, but then you get potentially 2 attacks. But that's okay, because if these are immobilized, you get 1, 2, 5, then you actually are able to come in here and flank one. and knock it down with a bow this turn. So we know, for instance, that any of these will die to a bow. The only caveat is that we'll have to leave one of these alive, which might freeze him next turn, but we'll have to eventually accept that. Or accept one attack from this guy, because then we can do 2 attacks here. Yeah, I think we know what to do then. We'll stand over here. We'll engage. Problem is, you're kind of standing there and won't be able to reload. I mean, how bad is this main attack anyway? Yeah, she can't follow up in any case, so. Goron hits within 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, so. This is the only spot. Okay, let's do it. And we kill 2 with Allchrist. I think that will be the way to do it. Yeah, this guy's going to hit for 27. She's still able to hit with bolting for 32. And that's going to be 11 damage, so that's going to be 38 damage at most. And gotta remember that she can hit anybody else who's in range here as well, so. There's Xenologue. He's over here. I'll be able to get over here, so. Snipe. Snipe. We need to make sure we're not within this guy's range. Can we snipe with a longbow? Let's see. The longbow does actually manage to kill surprisingly well. Ooh, not quite. This one does live. Didn't realize his stats were slightly better. Just a 1 point of defense. Alright, we'll just have to accept this one attacking into me, probably. No, except just go to attack into her as well. No, we can't do that. Let's say we've got Xenologue. Xenologue will take 2 attacks, yeah. Where's 21, so he would take 27, and then... not good. Yeah, he'd have to pull out of there. Might be a bit tricky here. As long as he... like if he's going here, as long as he pulls back into the woods, he's fine. And then he'll have massive avoidance. The problem is that this doesn't actually kill this one, so... we need some way to buttress his stats ever so slightly. Yeah, I should have taken a look at that because I didn't realize that we wouldn't be able to kill this one. Otherwise I would have reloaded her and done a second round of freezing with Corin. Possibly. And we're able to follow that up with an attack. like with Warp Ragnarok. It might actually be Disillusion.
Emblem, engage!
Warp Ragnarok can hit basically anybody, so... as long as we get in here, for instance... And her res is pretty good. She'd still be killed, though. Yeah, that's not going to work, because she'll still take too many hits. However, Soren, we give him some bonus movement. Where's my nil? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's so short of doing this. However, Mern and Roy get them in instead. Alright, let's do this. Frost over here. We need their movement. We just need some kind of tap damage on this guy. And if against res 16 we take 2 hits, so we take 27 damage from this guy, and then like 40 from the Thoron. 27 and 16 would survive, so you'd need to be at 3 range from her. A little bit off. Just a tiny bit. And it's all because of those stray points of damage that we haven't been able to account for. Now what happens if we engage with Tiki? +5 to all basic stats. Yeah, she might be able to live this way, like if she's like this.
A dream
Like
made
this.
manifest.
Nope. Out of range. Why out of range? Oh, because all the dragon attacks. First of all, the dragon attacks are the only ones that are available, and secondly, they only go at melee range, so never mind that. Alright. It's gonna be a little bit tricky. Yeah, the problem with Marin is that if she stands here, she'll die. In fact, if she's within Thoron range at all, she'll die. 27 and then 32 or 40. Because the 27 let's see to take in a magic attack up to 37. I mean, in fact, alright, something quick here. Yeah, it's all because of this annoying little thing. Well, if we need to back up, the obvious adjustment is to move Celestia over here so we can double her and get her to freeze the other group as well. We can only boost his strength somehow. So close. You might have some kind of option to do that. Let's see. Restores 5 HP to adjacent allies. Now we need him to double. thing about Celica is that she can take to 27. Yeah. Celica has another place that she can stand in order to hit the guy who's in the back. Then that's a different reality here. Also, this hits for 27 and is not bolting my hit. Okay. Yeah, we really gotta figure this out. One thing we could do potentially is try to go killer bow against that guy. And Alchris will be in the middle of nowhere, but if he puts on avoidance and just stands here, maybe he's okay. Yeah, because we're currently evaluating this with respect to the longbow. We don't need to do the longbow. We can just stand in here, pull back, and rely on his avoidance to get through it. Even though against magic, it might not be so good. Okay, no, that's the way to do it. We'll make it happen. Okay, this guy would come in as well. If he goes longbow in this location, then Xenologue can push or pull back some ways, but not necessarily. Maybe back here. You go here, yeah. In fact, yeah, you can always canter out of this too. That's saying that. Canter back here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you hit. Oh, and you can just pull back with canter. Yeah, that's should have been something I considered in the first place. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. I spent so long looking at this, I realized I could just change bows and canter out. Because to be able to get back out here, and you'd at least be within bolting range, perhaps, but. Or you can get into the woods here. Or in the woods here. Let's, Anyway, in order to be within range here, you gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means at most I should be here. No, wrong character. Then goes silver bow, and that does it. We pull back 2 slots over here. Potentially still an issue because he's so weak, but he has avoidance 126 if he's on this. I think he'll be fine if we just stand on top of that and then assume that attacks will miss. Because the miasma breath will hardly even hit him. If I've calculated this correctly. You just hit this and pull back. Okay. So we're actually fine. Okay, pull back here, avoidance 126. That's how to do it. Then even if these two both attack him, I think they'll whiff. They just don't have to hit right to do this. Like his avoidance is kind of off the charts. So now we have all these units free to take care of this cluster then. Which means we should start doing some magic attacks probably. Or just do the Ike thing. I think we'll just do the Ike thing. That's require me to pull everybody else out. Yeah, Ike thing with the hammer. That's how to do it. Let's use the general anyway. Maybe you can poke some of this. Oh. Well, they're pretty tough. 31 and 15. This guy is a bit of a weakling when it comes to magical damage. So, you know, this one could be smacked pretty easily. Yeah, it's best if I just pull out, I think. This guy could go all the way up here, which is not far. Might not be worth it to do the Ike attack with Great Ether on only 3 units here, but what else can we do? We've got 4 attackers here. Yeah, none of the claws will be very good. Like I was saying, Armor Slayer is likely to be good, but we're just missing that 1 point. Whoops. Oh, you know what? Violet's fist weapon. We'll take it down. We don't want to engage Violet just yet, though. We're reluctant to do that. Even if this guy comes in here, though, if we're standing in the appropriate location, we might be able to hit. Seems like we should be using our units, though. Which means actually pausing to attack. We've got 18 over here. Yeah, no. Because of hit rate issues, we're actually going to do the Ike thing.
Emblem, engage!
Great Ether with a hammer will do it. And we'll knock down most of the way. Okay. We just evacuate everybody else, except this guy's able to hit down here. So we should have stood in front of this. That's okay, we'll stand in front of him with somebody else. Yeah, that is a little unfortunate unless we can pull her out or chain guard her somehow. Let's, or just destroy him down here. Nope, this is a bit of an issue. Bad positioning.
Lend me your strength.
We probably don't want to do this with Violet. What do we actually use our engage power with? One of these. Nope, none of our weapons will do. Well, sword takes down to 36. Excalibur takes down really far. Yeah, actually, this is a bit of a problem because even if, let's say we've got 36 over here, speed 8. He'll live, actually, very barely. He'll live. It's just that we won't be able to do much beyond that. Like if we stay on Excalibur here, that hits so hard. 29. Yeah, that would hit her completely, which we don't want to do. Gotta be out of range of this guy at the very least. We just need to let him attack, I think. Nobody else is going to hit there. We let him do it. We can even feed Nil the orb this turn, just to be extra safe. Nil will need it most anyway. Okay, yeah, no, we just retreat.
I love you all. Yeah, I will remember this.
And we'll stand back. Now we can, or we can fight directly. I'd rather fight directly. I mean, it's got to be Armor Slayer. No two ways about it. Or we can stand in the woods with our Armor Slayer and then take an incoming attack. Sure, let's just wait. A bit of a long turn, but I'm surprised of actually making things work. Okay, in that case, let's pull it back just a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we need to pull her back even further. Okay. Anything else? Let's get him down here in case he needs to assist on the next turn.
If you've come to stop the ritual, don't worry.
Now,
I'll
this is
ensure
dialogue
you
we didn't
find
see before
nothing
because
but
we actually
death here.
killed her faster than that. Yeah, last time we played. Whoa.
I knew I would disappoint
Whoa,
everyone.
okay, no, I didn't account for
I
her
should
power.
just get out of the way for now. I'm
I
sorry.
did not account for her power. Yeah, we shouldn't have stood there. We should have pulled back out of range, because even if she hits with bolting, that's still preferred from that. Yeah, I didn't even think about her super there. Okay, we'll probably pull back. Alchris is too critical to this, too. Abandon. Yeah. Parked right next to her thinking that we could just avoid every attack in the woods, but that doesn't work. Anyway, let's map this out. We'll need to reverse immediately. We shouldn't play on because, as we discovered in the previous map, the buffer is just too much. And look at that. Oh yeah, and he does die. So that was the correct move to put on the shield there. It was also the correct move to reduce that to 40% hit. But yeah, the buffer on the time crystal doesn't really account for this many units moving at once, which is why we want to go back. We need to commit to doing it now.
Stay out of my way. There we go.
Okay, so Ether was probably unnecessary there, although it did land the hits at least, so... Yeah. I totally didn't account for this. Cataclysm. And Cataclysm has 3 range. That's okay. Cataclysm has 3 range if he's not within targeting range, then she doesn't hit. Because she just smacked them. Okay. Yeah, let's reverse here. On turn 9, we'll just go way back on the enemy phase. Yeah, Ivy used Cataclysm. That's the thing that happened here. We need to not let her do that. So after Alker's second attack, we'll pull him back a little bit differently. And then after that, it's just a lot of the repositioning with the other units that we spent too long sitting and looking at, but we did find a way out eventually, I think so. Let's go back to Alker's second attack. Nil's Dragon Vein turned out to be pretty useless. In fact, we didn't take advantage of that movement. But the other movements will be pretty much the same, I think. I'm pretty happy with how the rest of it went. Okay. So Alchris still needs to go 2-range bow because the longbow just doesn't do enough. But then he pulls back 2 spots, like that. Now, the problem with that is that bolting still potentially hits. And the Corrupted Breath still potentially hits. That's going to be 27 there. And 32 off of bolting. So he might still die. He might still die, but... Yeah. Oh yeah, because I was saying previously that if we wanted to pull back, we might even want to reposition Celestia so she does 2 freezes. Instead of attacking in like this. So that'll be the second option if we still don't manage to do this. Unless I have some kind of positioning tool to get him out of there. Or something else that can hit from 3 range. Up there. But as long as the Ivy doesn't activate Cataclysm, I think we're okay. As long as we're out of 3 range. She's definitely going to try bolting, though, that's the thing. And I don't know that we can dodge both attacks. Yeah, the hit's much lower on the Miasma Ball, at least. Oh, you know what? Miasma Ball at 5 range is only 22. Does that make a difference? It might. Because if it's 22, then he'd take an additional 15. Unfortunately, that's still going to be too much. I think we just need to gamble on it and see if she misses. Cataclysm, unfortunately, is something we definitely cannot take in the face. However, Gregory... I was thinking maybe, you know, if Gregory is able to do 3 damage from up top, then we have a potential solution. Let's see if there's any way that I can give him a little extra here. Just to boost him by a little bit. I mean, if we had Violet in position here, the obvious thing to do would be Instruct. But we don't have that, so... however, bolting. Bolting. Why don't we think of this? We've got a free move on Gregory. 50%, not great. But we should try it. Because we can do it, then we can hit with a longbow, and then problem solved. Actually, problem completely solved if we do it that way. Yeah, 51%, though I'm not getting my hopes up. Well, let's take a look at a calculation here, because you've got 82 hit on bolting. Oh, pretty much. Okay, let's do this. If it hits, then we're in business. If it doesn't, then we'll go back to previous one. It hits. Perfect. If it hits, then we just pull Alcris out of range completely. And he is safe. Because when we just hit from up here, 3 range, and we pull back 1 spot. And then nothing's going to touch him. Not even Ivy here. Yeah, so we're fine. We're fine. Okay, that solves that. And we pull him out. Oh, this guy's going to come in and hit. 33 attack, speed 12. 33 attack. Seal axe. I think we just have to deal with it. I mean, this would also be out of range. Or you could take it to 32 from Ivy's bolting. Which would also not be great. Yeah, because I guess you'd have lightning power that stalls your movement as well. I'd rather take it from this guy. He's got 33 coming. It's going to do significant damage. Oh, 19. Whatever. We'll take it. We can do it. Better than the alternatives. Anyway, let's go back here and do the same thing as before. I accept Ether, maybe not a great idea given that this guy's going to come down and try to hit anyway. But no, we'll stick to the same plan. Armor Slayer up here. And we'll make sure we have a crystal.
May the divine dragon protect.
You saved me!
Then, if this guy's going to come in and hit, we actually stand back here and try to attract all the attackers with Ether. Oh no, not with Citrin, with Madeline. Yeah, try to get her over here.
Grant me your power.
Great Ether with the big hammer. And if this guy's going to go in here, we are fine. Let's get her back here in case she needs to help on the subsequent turn. On that level. Also, do we need to heal anybody? Not really. Alright, back here she is. Marin and Roy are totally safe here, I think. I'll go back 1 slot just in case. Just because we don't want to be too obstructed behind the trees.
If you've come to stop the ritual, don't worry.
Is she going to try Cataclysm here? Nope. She can't hit that hard. Good. That's exactly what I expected. I calculated that correctly. probably is going to be some kind of Sombra and summoning ritual, given what she's telling me, and maybe that's going to be part 2 of this map. We'll get to chapter 5. So yeah, that hits. We expected it. Alcris might have some trouble getting out of there, but with the counter, maybe he's able to move out. If we double him up, maybe he's able to drop doubles this turn and get enough damage going. As expected. Massive crit there, but that's what happens when he's a weakling. Oh, we got broken by that. That was unexpected. Might be a problem, actually, if we get hit a second time. We might need to pop Byleth to take that down with fist weapons.
I won't let anyone die.
Okay. Armor Slayer here. A bit of a problem. Because of that 1 point of damage that we're missing. Okay, we'll probably have to use the Byleth Fists. And then run down with the rest of the party, because otherwise this guy, we can't outrun him. And that's the only way to really kill him. So unfortunately, Byleth is way out of position when we potentially need to double. This is a Torrential Roar waiting to happen, though. But only if we're reasonably confident that we can get the kill. Even a Torrential Roar position, I think, doesn't quite freeze everybody. You would miss at least one. However, hit this guy and he freezes a pretty big cluster. Assuming we're able to take out Ivy.
I'll do my best.
So, example. Yeah, Muligir is going to take her down immediately. We double up on that, and then we pull him out. And we'll have to heal him. We just kill her this turn. And then Torrential Roar in here is going to basically freeze everybody in this cluster, and so we'll fight down there. These griffins are going to be a bit of a problem, but the furthest one is here. So if Alcris comes down here, gets a second shot, runs out, then he's safe. Oh, she's frozen. We need to restore. That's okay, we've got 2 healers. That's why we keep 2 healers. So we don't run into these issues. Also, what about Cataclysm? Cataclysm is decent. It actually kills quite a bit. We would still need to do a restore, though, and possibly an additional heal on her. However, if she then does an attack here on this guy, uses everybody else. Anyway, no, first priority is Ivy. We gotta deal with her first. Everything else is academic. And then we need to figure out where to reposition her Xenologue as well. Yeah, if we go Alcris back here, then when Xenologue taps, Xenologue goes back. And we're fine. Yeah, this guy goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to be prepared for that. Basically, we need to be outside this little part of the triangle. He is going to try to hit Celestia again, so Celestia does need a restore and full heal. We need both healers on her, for sure, I think. But if we peel off Ivy, then attacking with something like Torrential Roar through here will actually do the complete freeze that I want. And then she'll kind of get bitten in the face next turn. But next turn we'll take everybody out again. So. And we might even be able to get in with Gregory at that point. Okay. In that case. Look here.
Mercy!
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
Yeah, too bad about the Byleth situation. We've got to get him in. This is the same thing we did last turn. Last attempt, rather, too, is that we just had one unit get distracted and get dragged way out of the way in almost the exact same spot. And we do need as many double attacks as possible. This guy will need to go down, this will need to go down, that's fine, we can do that. Even Nil can probably push one of these over. We tried hard enough. Actually, he can't push one of these over, even if he tried hard enough, because he's useless. Absolutely useless. This hilariously useless character. Anyway, yeah, but we can use him for movement. Nell and Tiki and Evelyn, I can take care of these. Xenologue's gonna go dance and all, Chris. And pull back. Back. Yeah, here, because here we can't guarantee his safety. 38 physical attack, speed 8. 38 physical attack. You can take it, but it'll be uncomfortable. Move him here. Ulagir again. It's gotta happen. Problem. Seedall's location currently blocks where my healers need to go.
Monster.
Restore rather has 3 range. Restore can go here. And this guy will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against Gregory. But Restore actually needed to get in this position here where Seedall is currently located, so he stood in a very bad spot. You still have this guy who's going to come in with 33. Which will not kill. That's okay. He'll be fine. Barely. Moves. Status effects. Melee distance. Where's my fortify? Yeah, recovers all HP. Yeah, but we will need Citron to stand here, which is a problem potentially, although the only attacker who will hit that once everything else is frozen is this dragon, so that's okay. It'll be rough, but she can do it. I'm gonna go restore. Well, if there was a time to use Fortify, it is now. He's only got Men and Fortify, he doesn't have Physics, so... Fortify is going to do 20. Gets her up to 32. That's fine. That's fine. This is, of course, assuming that she can do Torrential Roar safely. But yeah, no, she can do it. Because this is a ground tile. Yeah, no, she can do it. I have to be very careful about these things. Okay, Gregory's going to be here. Stab, Fortify. Actually, I should have dealt with these guys before I did that, but that's okay. Torrential Roar. That's going to be decent. The more important thing is that it will freeze everybody.
We won't give up.
Right. Everybody's down. Penetrating attack's going to do 27 against her. She's going to be in mortal peril. But she'll be fine. She's out of range of everybody else. It's going to feel a little bit tight. Luckily, the other boss is very distracted up there. And is nowhere near. Anyway, we have to use Violet. We have to use him right now. Get going with the Fist Weapon and hopefully not get trapped by even more reinforcements after we do. Yeah, because nothing else is going to hit. Vajra Mushti. 100% though is going to do it. We should have just done it last turn.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
RNG was not on my side, so. Madeline and Ike. Can we get something reasonably guaranteed? Ugh, hit rates are awful. But we basically have 3 attackers to do this with. If we can get some guaranteed hits, we will be fine. So let's figure out who's going to hit. It's not going to be Nil. Is it going to be Nell? Also, does Nell... Okay, Nell needs to engage another round in order to pop another crystal on our brother there. Tail Smash is going to do 100%, but take some damage. Both Tail Smash and Fog Breath go second. That's fine. Most important thing is that we are able to hit. Maybe going for the Silver Axe here first is better, because we know that Marin should be able to hit the axe. She can hit the axe very comfortably, in fact, so we should prioritize trying to get this guy. Yeah, we're playing to maximize hit rate, basically.
There we go! I fight for my friends.
And then... yeah, go back here and do this. Silver Sword will be fine. Doesn't break the axe, but that's because it's a soldier. 11 Sword is even better. Let's just do it.
You were a worthy opponent.
And we'll get Nil to stand back in case we need to drop ice again. Nil and Tiki, can you do anything useful here? Anything useful at all? Not really. Maybe even stand and tank an attack so we can fight defensively on the forest, for instance. So, for example, if we are here with something kind of tanky, creates fog, smash attack. We probably just prioritize damage. Just go tail smash. Or just go crit. Kind of like going crit better, but I always do. Yeah, because these guys are going to come down. They've got attacks in the mid-20s or so, but it will double. No, they won't, because she's fast. She's actually fast for a change. So given that they won't double, and that they're not backups, you'll get about like 18 damage off them even if they did all attack. We should therefore go here. And just try to suffer through it. That's good. 33 is going to do 12, so it's going to be like maybe 12 and 12. Yeah. It's all melee, right? Yeah. Let's go with Eternal Claw in case we get the crits. And we can even put a defense on everybody. Although, of course, I don't think that affects the flyers. Okay, 27? Yep, we knew that was happening. No more reinforcements from either side, thankfully. Not yet. And yeah, definitely dragging Tamara down from the right side. Last attempt was part of the disaster. She is supposed to fight up top, by the looks of it. Now we have no more Torrential Roar this time, so we have to be pretty careful about how we're going to use the last freeze on Corrin. However, if we have Corrin in conjunction with Seedall, we might be able to get freezes in 2 locations and kill the Big Dragon while we're at it. So, Big Dragon has many adjacencies. We're maybe able to freeze 2 clusters. So the way we'd do it is, for example, you hit this guy, and he dies, and then it should freeze these 4. Then you fly over here and hit this one. You've got no problems with that, I don't think.
My best.
So, for example, go Thoron, but Thoron's got kind of a low hit rate, so and the counterattack would kill her, so go Excalibur. Got a much better hit rate. Pokemon is best, 30%. Yeah, and then we can get her out with Seedall. Where's Seedall? We might want to heal her preemptively. I think that might be smart. Otherwise, with 91% whiffs, then we're in big trouble. But we can also take risks. Seedall's over here. You can reload her. Then she hits the other cluster and freezes them as well. But the important thing is that, you know, if we find some... No, she can't stand here because Seedall can't reload her. She does need to attack at 2 range. Dual Katana does not do it. Does not have a range. It's going to have to be Bulk No, 91%. 91% and it absolutely hits. If it whiffs, then we have to reset it, which is an unfortunate way of playing Fire Emblem that we do not endorse, but sometimes it happens. Yeah. She's definitely going to have to be the one reloaded this turn, though. That's the only way we can freeze everybody. And then we just kill these 4 and call it a day. These 5, I should say. Can we do it? Yes, we can. So, yeah, Seedall is assigned already. Then we just don't worry about these guys until next turn when we hopefully have Orcus in a much better position, because then we can run over here and possibly do the big Violet play. Yeah, we're going to be positionally a little bit off for that, but if we send Nil back here and drop some Ice and Violet next turn, and then he can run over quickly. This turn, Nil, I think, needs to drop Ice over here just to give everybody a bit more flexibility. Let's not commit to that yet. Let's see what attacks we need. Because Marin is probably fine. Yeah, the thing is, these guys are so fast as well. But that's what Cataclysm is for. If we use Gregory, now is the time. Now is the... Oh yeah, Cataclysm actually hits at 2 range, which is fine. Or 3 range, rather. And then, yeah, Cataclysm will just take all these guys at once, which solves my problem. Electric Dude, welcome. Glad to see you here. Alright, Cataclysm is going to take out all three. It's the obvious play. But the question is, do we want to save it to take out 4 at a time next turn? Yeah, because... Let's see, how far is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Too far. So I was hoping to get another freeze with our next turn. We kind of need Cataclysm to kill all this stuff, I think. Or some other kind of mass attack. But that's okay. No, if Gregory peels off these 3, then we start peeling off these enemies this turn with our additional attackers. And we're okay. So, the idea is that we free up some additional hands right now.
Out of my way!
Be able to take 3 out. Great. Look at that. Madeline and Ike. Too bad we used Ike's power already. This guy almost dies to the hammer, not quite. Almost is always such a hard thing to say. 11 sword won't quite do it. And unfortunately, because they're all flying, you can't even smack these guys with Roy next turn. You might be able to smoke them. I don't know if that affects fire, so I think it might not. But yeah, Alcor starts attacking in here and starts killing everything he can. And you can take out 2 a turn. So we can take out, well, 1 this turn and then 2 next turn, so that's 3 down. And, yeah, too bad we only have 1 more freeze left on... What's her name? Celestia. So yeah, anyway, next turn, Nil has to come up here. Drop ice on Byleth. Byleth comes down, Seedall has to load him up. And then we have to do the massive Byleth attack to clear out this spot. Then we have to deal with the northern group, which we can do. Why is one of these still marked? Oh, it's a spear, okay. Yeah, then we have to deal with the northern group, but for the northern group we just focus down to boss and we're okay. In fact, we still have Astra available on Alcris for a few turns more, and we have drop doubles, which may be even better. Although I want him to do attacks, I think. So we just attack, 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 and then we are fine. So, Celestia needs to be reloaded. Seedall pulls back 3 spots, so you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish next turn. And Byleth goes here. Yeah, because next turn, Nil will drop some ice on him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, drop some ice. Byleth goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seedall loads him up. Seedall pulls back. We then have the quad over here. That'll probably give my archer 3 attacks to work with next turn. So you can do 2 this turn, 3 next turn. We should be able to clear. Alright, so. I always love it when I can actually visualize what I'm going to do. Dragon Vein on these guys. Let's make them go fast. Does she have a ranged attack? Yes, she does. It's 30% hit. It's probably not even worthwhile. But we can try it. We definitely need a magic attack up here, I think, so we'll possibly have to pull Citrin back for a moment here. Excalibur. Nope, she needs to stand next to Or sword here. Hammer. Hit rates are just so terrible on this. Because you can do 49. We just have to try it, I think. We've got enough damage to do this even without all that, so. Or Tiki. No. If Xenologue goes Gage, then she'd be able to do it in one shot. Well, let's prioritize trying to just take it down like this. 64%. And find the right cost-benefit balance, basically. If we take it down to 32, we do 32. Or, what do we go melee range? No, we can do 18 at most. Or we can do a guaranteed 18. Okay, this has to be it. If it whiffs, it whiffs. Then we send Celica over. No, we got it. Good. No problem then. And it even shifts it over. How convenient. Alright. In that case, since Marin can't hit anything else, we will go Marin over here. It'll be an easy hit.
That was cool, was it not?
Actually, roll with that. Now, Alcris should attack in first. Let's figure out who is hardest to deal with here. Probably the speed demons, but I mean, whoever you can hit. I mean, this guy's out of range, so these guys will be a quad that's frozen. Yeah, we'll just punch our way in. Yeah, Alcris should be able to one-shot literally anybody here, so we'll just do the Mulagir rather than longbow, I think. And actually, we should prioritize this based on who else is available to attack and who they can hit. Because, for example, if Citrine and Celica are able to hit with Excalibur, there's no need to spend them on anybody else. And then if she goes Excalibur here, then, you know, you can continue pressing. Yeah. It's probably the best way to do it. Indeed, even if you go with Tiki and then Fog Breath is pretty decent. Eternal Claw might get a crit, but I wouldn't want to depend on that. Oh yeah, no, we still need to take care of this guy. Totally forgot about him. Let's maximize hit rate and go with this.
You may wait in 1,000.
Okay,
I'm not
miss and
alone
crit.
anymore.
Still works. Still adds up. Alright, pretty obviously. This is going to be it. Whoops. Go. No, we don't need engage, we just need Excalibur.
Now this outfit needs a wash.
Now just to confirm, it is all melee, right? Yeah. Good. Alcris goes here. And he can hit literally anybody, so we'll just go with that. And we can pull him back
Good win.
after that. Hopefully I didn't block my own position here. No, we're fine. Xenologue will dance. Playing a bit risky here with Celestia since we haven't healed her up yet, but anyway, we just need to hit this. Would have been nice to find a good position for Excalibur with it, but we'll have to go Thoron in order to freeze everybody. But the fact that she still has Excalibur means we can do some remaining air-to-air to clear out the whole cluster next turn. These guys will continue to fight, which is good. That'll keep them occupied and out of the way. So we're well on our way to winning this map. Feeling much better about it than yesterday. We did have the one reset with Alchrist earlier because I wasn't watching the Cataclysm ability, but likewise we'll need to watch Camilla's ability. Massive field of fire that we get from her when the boss comes in, and the boss is coming in. She's going to fight. We're not going to snipe her yet. We need to clear these guys. 6 targets, most of them pretty low. We can do it. The question is, given the positioning here, I think we want to save the Xenologue and Byleth play for just a moment. Nil will go here. Nil will definitely give you some speed. And over here. Okay, and if you're over here, do we want to engage and instruct now? For Marin, not really. She's not able to hit much this turn. So we're just going to run over. Although he's already engaged, but let's just instruct. Whatever, big deal. Don't actually need it, but, you know, in case we want to take some damage over here or something. Yeah, we gotta watch out for her, because of Dark Inferno. But as long as we are able to get in there and hit her next turn, we're fine. So, how many units are we dealing with here? 6. How many attackers do we have in range? Roughly 6. So we don't need to do the Byleth play this turn. And we can save it for the boss tonight. Alright, let's try it. Maximize hit rate if we can. An 80% hit has me a little worried sometimes, but we'll do it.
Was that too much?
It was not too much. It was just right. Yeah, we got plenty of attacks remaining, in
The fight
fact.
is not yet done.
We need 3 off of these guys. Marin and Roy are well out of position. Yeah, we might have some range issues here, actually. So maybe we shouldn't have committed to this early. But if we use Byleth, then we're able to get more attackers into the mix. So, you know, you load Byleth, you come back here. You have 3 units standing here, here, and here. They can rush in and do an additional attack. Madeline's likely to not be anywhere close to being there. Now, does she do magic attacks? Yes, she does. In fact, those are her long-range attacks, so Madeline can't just stand there. But the other thing we can do in an emergency is drop doubles using Alchrist. In fact, if Alchrist is standing here, he should actually stand here, do a longbow shot, come back here. Then we reload him for a second attack. And we have someone stand here, someone stand here. Probably Marin here. Yeah, then we're actually okay. So we stand, or even here. So yeah, Alchris can go longbow. And then we'll pull him back with Canter. And that'll work just fine. Because you can get like 3 attacks with him this turn, so he's fine. The hit rate on a longbow has me worried a little bit. It's not quite perfect.
I need
But
to
we
get
got it.
stronger until no one can beat me.
Pull back. We can get Marin and Tiki here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nell and Tiki, I should say. Because if Marin is staying here, she can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and she can hit these 2. However, if Marin is here, she can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hit anybody, which is probably better given that I think she's going to be a much better attacker. So we can move her in this way. Because even if we have Tiki over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, she can only really realistically hit this guy. And not for much. And she'd, you know, get doubled if she misses. So... oh, we're going to be just fine. Because we have 4 units remaining. Yeah, we're fine. We're just a little out of position. Okay, Marin and Roy. See it all over here. Dance. Now, is Nell going to do anything useful here? Probably not. Already committed to not really using her. We don't want Citron and Celica too deep. We'll need them up front for Tamara on the series of attacks. But we'll go Excalibur. 46 hits exactly. I kind of like that, except for the hit rate, but we're not going to do much better than that. And we need Excalibur, so we're just going to tap it.
I'm ready for more orders.
Yeah, we'll take all the low-hanging fruit if we can. Lauren's not quite going to hit. Yeah, that's the remaining unit will need a longbow attack against him, actually, because I unwisely stood Celestia over here and blocked our access to him, so... longbow or more Thoron, I guess, but... these guys... speed 25-ish, that's okay. We'll go down here. Yeah, basically we'll need Alchris on one and Marin on another one. And that's how it's going to work. Then we have Seed All available after that for 1 additional attack if necessary. I don't like the hit rate on this. This is kind of bad. Might even be worse to my Thoron hit rate up here, in fact. Yeah, it's kind of ugly. Might be a good time to do Warp Ragnarok, but I want to save it for this attack up here, because... actually, what's her resistance? 12. Because if, for example, we did...
May I call on you?
Good Warp. And hit her like this. It would do quite a bit. That is a guaranteed 39. I feel like we might need that in our back pocket. However, if I do an engage attack... I mean, there's no problem doing engage this turn with a normal attack if we can hit harder. And indeed, we have an 84% now. And that's a lot better. So we should hit. We should hit as soon as we know what Marin's attack is going to be like. So let's go Goddess Dance.
Let the lesson begin.
What even happened to Gregory? Oh yeah, he's here, okay. Let's go. Yeah, so Alcris needs to do longbow attack actually, so he needs to stand somewhere around here. And longbow needs to hit. It's 98%, he'll hit. Then we're potentially in a bit of a tricky spot in terms of location because we need one unit to hit here, one unit to hit here. Okay, that's fine. Now, this is dependent
A good wind.
on our remaining hits landing. And also Aaron getting killed. I should have checked what his attack with Astra would have been like, because dropping Astra on the boss is naturally the next thing to do. Assuming there's no reason not to. Yeah, because she does have some kind of self-heal, perhaps, with a Dragon Vein, doesn't she? Let's pull him out so we have some room to move. So yeah, if we still have Seed All available, the move is going to be Astra. First, we need to make sure everything else hits. 11 Sword and Dagger. Looks pretty good to me. So the point of tension right now is Citrinus Celica, so we're going to engage and then we're going to hit as hard as we can.
Allow your soul the rest it deserves.
Then Aaron and Roy back here. So this was a very manageable map this time around. I just completely messed it up last stream. But this time around it felt absolutely smooth. In fact, no problems whatsoever. Okay, 11 Sword. We are going to hit. Probably. Silver Dagger's better, 98%. Let's do it.
You were a worthy opponent.
So, Alcris and Lynn, we can do two things. We can do Astra or we can drop doubles. Either way, we are going to use them. Astra would make the most sense. Doesn't actually do too much. But having 25 damage out of the gate might not be a bad idea. At the same time, dropping doubles now, would it give me enough in chain attacks to make up for that? No, I'd rather have guaranteed damage, I think. If I stand back here, then we have more access to hiding in the woods, maybe. No, we'll stand him up here. And Willigir is going to be the best one here, so we'll snipe.
All we want is to stop them from reviving the Fell Dragon.
By my
I
hand!
have to remember to let Marin fight her, because that'll have a unique conversation. And we will obviously not get within range. Madeline and Ike, we don't want her to stand inside because her resilience is too low to withstand the magic attacks. However, she can stand here and switch. And Nil is way out of the way, that's okay. We can always use Camilla to give him additional 2 movement or something if he needs to be on defense. But yeah, only caveat here is that we spent Violet's power, but if we used the whole army to just rush down the boss next turn, I think we're okay. And yeah, you got Tiki here. We're actually going to trade for the elixir and use it, so we don't need to worry about it. Oh, you got no room for it. That's okay. We're not going to be using Rider's Bane, so we'll just take it. Okay, she's going to walk in. Everybody else is going to be way out of the way. I don't think there's anybody we want to loot up here. Not that we would make the diversion even if that were the case. But anyway, she's within range of everybody, which is fantastic because it means we'll just go ahead and hit and hit and hit. In fact, Citrina and Celica will be the best one here because she can go Ragnarok once this turn. Seraphim will actually do very well as well. And the Echo attacks, if you split the damage, would be able to do 40 something. Yeah, she's going to be the MVP here for sure. But we want Marin, and she's in Silver Lance, so we can actually have a bit of a chit chat. Where's Marin? There she is. 11 sword against her just to say hello. Actually, we'll want to save this for the next one, I think. Yeah, use her as first attacker in the next round and then reload Celica. Because we know we can win this way, so let's just win this way.
May we all be protected.
I think Baron's the only one in my party who will have the unique conversation, so we'll go with that. In fact, do we have anything good with Roy? Yes, we do. Finding Blade does very well. Let's do it.
Hey there, my princess. I was kind of hoping we wouldn't cross paths, but war is unkind.
Marin? So Elusia revived you as well? I'm sorry about what happened. It wasn't fair for you to die right after becoming my knight. And as if that wasn't cruel enough, now you're one of the corrupted. How awful.
I mean, from our perspective, they are all the corrupted. It even says so in our type description.
No need for sorrow, my princess.
Two sides of the same
I'm sure
coin.
the Marin of this world still sleeps peacefully. Snug as a hibernating, fluffy fluff hair. The best of endings for a lover of animals like me.
Marin, I can't believe you would joke like that. Even in death.
I'm actually really glad that these maps are replayable infinitely. Same with the Divine Paralogs as well. Because if you wanted to go back, you know, just to breeze through it in normal mode or something to see more character interactions, you could just do it anytime you like.
Don't you remember how you hated animals?
I'm sure it's all compiled on YouTube already anyway, so... Yeah, alternate self here. Who's not an animal lover. Got bitten by a wolf once, perhaps. Anyway, Draconic Hex is going to lower her stats. We need to use that more often. That's why I brought her in the first place. And, yeah, just in case we get some kind of unique interaction, let's just come in here with Violet and knock her down. Nothing bad could possibly happen here unless there's some kind of damage reflect or anything else. No. Preview, I think, is accurate. We'll just kill her, unless there's somebody else that we want. No, I don't think so. Let's just go. And using the fists, I think, is going to be best. By far. Just in case there's more dialogue.
I don't believe it. A divine dragon? Did Elusia resurrect you? In any case, Soul needs your help. We have to stop them from reviving the Fell Dragon. Please, join forces with us again.
I'm sorry. I can't ally with your army. Or Ivy's. I'm here to take back the bracelets.
And we'll find out why this is a
Talk to me
two-parter.
like that.
Probably because of the Sombron revival, I would guess.
They must have warped your
And then final
spirit
boss
with
will
one of
probably just be
those
no.
dark illusion rituals. In that case, I'll do the kind thing and put you back to sleep with one quick, painless strike.
We go
Ready
first, though,
yourself.
so...
No, I lost. How? Now Sombron will return.
Well, we're gonna nuke him as well, so... Okay, very clean. Apart from walking into Cataclysm one time. Very, very clean. A night and day difference from how this map went last time. Just unspeakably better. I don't even know why I had so much trouble now. I mean, I guess we were blindsided by the reinforcements and waiting to hear it over the mountains, but I was rather happy with the party layout this time too, even though we did drop a lot of our core staples.
The battle is decided. Relinquish the bracelets.
Nell, what are you doing?
She thinks that Nell is on the same side, obviously.
I am on your side. We are bringing our lord, your father, back to life.
I never asked you to do so.
Lady Nell, a ritual was indeed taking place in the cathedral.
Look how Mother is just the same guy. Out of all the characters.
The priest surrendered to our forces, and I have dismantled the altar.
Of course, unless the twist is that he isn't.
Splendid work, Mabir.
That ritual was our last hope for Lucia. How could you? I will never forgive you for this. I don't care if you're Lord Sombron's daughter. Soldiers, if there is any strength left in you, kill that woman.
We risk them regrouping if we draw this out.
But it's a two-parter, so we're going to draw it out.
This is your final warning. Give us the bracelets.
Never!
I will never hand over Solm's bracelet. If you want it, you'll have to kill me first.
That is a pity. So be it.
Nell, what are you going to do?
Avert your eyes, Divine One, lest this sight disturb you.
Just
What?
a little spot of murder in the morning. Oh, there we go. Dragon form.
I always knew you were a monster. No! Ah!
The bracelets are now ours.
Okay, that works.
How could you? Don't you have any feelings?
I did warn you to avert your eyes. We are finished here. Let us be on our way.
How did we get here?
Rest well, Emblem Soren, Emblem Camilla.
This world never did interest me much. However, I do wish we were freed from fighting this pointless war.
Is this goodbye already? I had a little more fight in me. Oh well. But next time, I hope we can have a proper chat.
Okay, so who's unaccounted for?
The emblems are safely in slumber. Only one bracelet remains.
Nell,
I'm sure
our
Mafia will
mission
join
was
us
to
and
take the bracelets.
clog up another party slot.
We said nothing about killing Ivy and Tamara.
Avatar here is going to be so disappointed to learn that everybody else is also dead.
2 nations' rulers dead. What will become of their subjects now?
I did not kill them. It is impossible to take a life that has already been lost.
Yeah, Noel understands, having read the UI, that they're all already the corrupted.
What? Explain yourself.
Those were no harmless little humans. Those were the corrupted.
It's like saying, didn't you notice the weapon effectiveness all along?
What? No.
The royals we fought in Firenze and Brodia were the same. They're soldiers as well. All of them.
A whole civilization of them. Like the demon planet in Star Trek Voyager. Which comes to mind.
You're saying they were all dead?
So are any other humans still alive? Or is it just us?
The common folk I spoke to during my mission in Firenze. Were they all corrupted?
You just gotta poke them with the effective weapon and see what happens.
We've been fighting a war we had no hope of winning.
Did you know of this as well, Lord Nil?
I had my suspicions, but I was never sure. And they seemed much the same as they always were.
I do not know when they perished, nor when they became corrupted. They did not seem to be aware of their own condition either.
You should have told us.
I thought it would be best to conceal such an unpleasant truth.
Always making decisions for others.
You are right. I apologize. But you come from another world. And you will return to that world when this war is over. I thought to spare you the sight of the corpses of your friends and allies. And you should certainly not be expected to kill them with your own hands.
Yes. Well...
I truly did consider confiding in Nil and the Four Winds. I weighed the idea often, but had I told them, it would have only been a matter of time until you bore the same burden. You are just like the Divine Dragon of this world. You care deeply for your friends. Such strong bonds deserve consideration.
So, what? You did all this to protect me?
Perhaps I did. Either way, I regret my choice.
No. I'm sorry for getting upset. They
Okay,
were your
maybe we
friends,
don't get to fight her
your
after all.
allies, more than they were mine. You had to watch them die.
A valued member of our party.
Not only that, but kill them yourself. That must have been awful.
And the thing is, the corrupted themselves seemingly have no idea. They just have a well-developed sense of subjectivity at this point.
And you put yourself through all that just to protect me. Thank you.
And at that, like I was saying, just like the demon planet from Voyager, it's actually the same scenario in some ways.
I didn't realize how much you take care of everyone, Nell.
Now he's come to a realization.
Those words.
Which words? Yeah. Flashback.
Nell, what's the matter?
Do not touch me!
Oh.
You really hate me, don't you?
Yes. I hate that I ever laid eyes on you. Would that anyone else had answered our prayer.
Nell, please. This is too much.
Lord Nell.
The Divine Dragon of this world was more kind than anyone I have ever known. Protective and caring and brave and strong. We admired the flowers together and laughed together and shared so much of ourselves. Every farewell was pain, no matter how brief. You said you would be coming home. That very day, I had finally resolved to tell you.
Nell, I'm sorry.
Everyone loves the Divine Dragon in every world.
Why did you have to go and
It's
die?
a parasocial dynamic.
I loved you. You promised you would return. You promised to come home. We sealed the oath with our fingers interlocked. Your hand was warm. And next I felt it, cold. Your demeanor, your words, your kind spirit. They are all reminders of what I lost.
I've been causing you pain just by being here.
It is not your fault. Even I know that. But the more time I spend near you, the closer my feelings come to what they once were. And that would be unforgivable, because you are not the one I loved.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting on that note that they all just recognize the Divine Dragon as being the spitting image of their own, in spite of the fact that it is the other gender Alir. At least it is in this file. I don't know if it's similarly the case if you're playing as the female avatar.
So that's why you've been so harsh and distant toward the Divine Dragon.
I mean, I guess, when we look at one form of Alir, we very easily recognize the other one as being the same, but, that's what the Pepsi hair does for you.
I need to clear my head.
Lady Nell, wait!
It is dangerous for Nell to be out there alone. Winds, would you follow her? I will wait here, where it is safe.
Of course, Lord Nell.
So why is this a two-parter, then? We have another cutscene coming to lead us there.
Nell left the bracelets behind when she stormed off. Oh well.
Oh, is he going to be
Yeah.
the villain of the day, given that he's been milling about useless all this time?
Will you not be going after her, Divine One?
I think I should probably stay here.
Perhaps you're right. It is going to be difficult for Nell to return. Vulnerability has never come easily to her, and now she has gone and confessed her love in front of everyone. I am certain she regrets it. It is a good thing the Four Winds are around to coddle her.
You know her so well.
I suppose I do. I am her twin brother, after all. I know all her favorite things, her habits and preoccupations. I know how delicate she can be.
Has been waiting for the moment to strike.
But there is one thing I do not know, and am ever so curious about. How will she handle losing the one she cares for most a second time?
Well, it's not like we'll be losing anybody useful from our party, really just the Dragonbane machine throughout the last map.
Huh?
There's
I
no
really
sense
must
of
find out.
danger whatsoever from our
I hope
protagonist
that
here.
is all right with you.
What are you talking about?
It is not ideal.
Look behind you, Divine One.
Hey, it's
Emblem
Tiki.
Tiki.
I roused her from her slumber. Surprised? That is why I asked whether you intended to follow my sister. A pity you chose to remain here, with me. And now, farewell, Divine One. I did it!
Okay, flashback time. Now, I wonder how the map is going to go, whether it's controlling our party without the avatar to perform a rescue, like we did in the early chapters of Three Houses when Violet is warped away, or if it's going to be quite the opposite, where we start solo and reassemble a squad.
I roused an emblem from slumber. Now I can finally be of use. Now I will no longer be a failure. I must show Nell right away.
That would be ill-advised.
Father!
Continue to play the role of the weakling. Hide your true strength. Outwit the others.
I think being the weakling of the party has already weakened us enough.
But...
already compromised our squad multiple times over.
You are capable. Perhaps you are capable of becoming my true heir. Your power even
Very
surpasses
sneaky.
your twin sisters.
If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will. Anyway, post-battle, let's see what goes on. We're unlikely to continue and play the map today in case it's very long, but we
Will
might
you
as well
defy fate,
take a look at the start.
brush off despair, and forge
That'll save some
bonds
time
with your
when we
allies?
do the pre-battle party configuration.
Will your other half remain by
There's
your
much
side?
to do.
The kings and queens have vanished like melted snow, like wind-swept sand. Who remains, A familiar stranger. A loved one whose name you don't know. One knows the truth. In this world, there is no emptiness. Your dream will not come true.
Now, I haven't quite parsed who is talking to whom
Lady
in
Nell
that
isn't
fragment,
coming
but
out, is she?
we'll see.
Sitting alone under a
Might just need
tree,
to think
not
about it.
saying a word?
She has been there for half an hour.
Mauvier, you really don't understand the tenderness of the heart, do you?
Now the question is, if Mauvier in this world joins our party, can we use him in conjunction with Mauvier in the main world? Or is he really just going to be the same guy?
I do not follow.
Lady Nell just revealed her innermost feelings, a love she has kept concealed for years. It's only natural she might need some time to herself after that.
Ah, I see.
People's hearts are fragile when they're in love.
Sounds like you speak from experience, Gregory. Have you been in love before?
Nope. But I hear it's as terrifying as it is exhilarating. You?
I had to resist the urge here to break out into that song from Guys and Dolls.
Me? Well,
Hmm?
What was the question?
I hate
put her
leaving
on the
Lord
spot
Nil
here.
and the Divine Dragon alone for this long, but she needs time. If only there was some way to reunite Lady Nell with her love. We all know how deeply she cared for the Divine Dragon.
Yeah, but that was
So maybe
the
we
other
just
divine
play
dragon,
straight out
not this one.
this squad with no additions. Who knows?
You think I
We'll
don't
see what
know
the map
that?
is.
I just want to see Lady Nell happy. She deserves every happiness.
Yes, a loyal attendant always wants the best for their liege.
That I can comprehend, even if the tenderness of the heart is beyond my grasp.
I'm glad you understand. And I hope you all know I care about you just as much as I do her. I want us to stick together and keep each other safe.
Thank you all for giving me that space.
Please, Lady Nell, think nothing of it.
You feeling better?
Very much. Thank you for giving me the time to reflect. I suppose I never fully dealt with the loss of the one I loved so dearly, but I deeply regret the trouble I caused. I should have told you about the corrupted royals. You are my trusted confidants, and I should have known to rely upon you.
You honor us, Lady Nil. No doubt Lord Nil would also be comforted by those words.
Of course. I owe the Divine Dragon an apology as well. My behavior has been frightfully rude. I hope we will be able to begin anew as friends.
I think that's a great idea. Let's hurry back to the others. They must be tired of waiting.
Surprise.
I will meet you properly this time, Divine One.
So I'm guessing we probably just play as this squad.
I will finally set aside my grief for the one I lost, and see
We'll
you
find
for
out.
the person you truly are. Here we are. Divine One? Nil?
That's strange. There's no one here.
Are we in the wrong place?
I don't believe so. We walked the right direction, and I remember the scenery from earlier.
I hate to raise the possibility, but there may have been an ambush.
Sister! Everyone! I'm so glad you're back.
Nil, what a relief to see you safe.
We have a problem. The bracelets are gone.
Gone? How?
The Divine Dragon took them and left. I fear the plan is to finish this alone.
Then we must begin our pursuit at once.
I managed to cast a simple tracking spell before we parted. The trail should still be active.
Right into the trap.
I regret that I lacked the courage to give chase. In truth, I feared being separated from you all. I hope you can forgive my cowardice.
There is nothing to forgive, Nil. You made a wise decision.
The things that she has put up with for how many thousands of years.
If you can show us the way, please do.
Of course.
This dire state of affairs is entirely my fault. We have now crossed into Somme. I cannot begin to fathom the Divine Dragon's objective.
It is very close. In fact, the trail of my spell ends right here.
Some kind of temple.
Let us enter.
And I'm sure we'll have to fight the emblems in turn, but...
It is dim in here. Watch your step. You are certain this is where the Divine Dragon is now?
At some point, you've got to be suspicious of the suddenly confident swagger leading us into danger.
Reasonably certain. Behind you!
I love how the trick works on everybody. Absolutely everybody.
Corrupted?
Oh, boy. A lot of them, too.
We will take them on. Stay behind me, Nil. Nil?
Your consideration is appreciated, dear sister. But I do not require your protection. I confess, I always rather despised that about you. Your superiority. Your condescension.
What?
Anyway, I guess that's why the axe is named Revanche.
The look on your face. Wake up, Nell.
Explain what you mean by this.
Lord Nil, are the corrupted here your doing?
No. It was a mistake, surely.
Is that what you think? Perhaps this will change your mind.
Emblem Crom. He should be in slumber.
So maybe we do get to find a bit of everybody.
Must I spell it out? Your unknown malefactor has the power to awaken emblems. And here he stands before you. I am no powerless failure. I will fulfill the late Lord Sombron's ambitions.
But you are my brother. We have always been together.
He is his
Two
father's
halves of a
son.
whole. You cannot be our enemy.
Who else could it be? There is no one left. All of our siblings are dead and gone. I dispensed with the lot of them myself. With one exception, of course. Has it all become clear to you? Good.
I do have to appreciate the voice actor's range, of course.
Farewell then, my dear sister. Enjoy being buried with your 4 little breezes. I am off to sink my teeth into your darling divine dragon.
Okay.
Nil, how could you?
Lady
Like I said, we're unlikely to light a map, but we'll take an initial look.
None of this makes
Just
any
to see
sense. But the corrupted won't wait for us to
what we're
figure it
dealing
out.
with.
They are many, but we are strong. Once I transform,
So I'm sure that we probably just play as these 5, but
Nil
who
has my
knows?
dragon stone.
It would also mean we don't have much configurability. It's... Well, we'll
And
see.
while we are
Let's
cornered here, the Divine Dragon
find
is
out
in
in a
grave
minute.
danger.
Oh, no, it has
Lady
Dragon
Nell,
Stone. Okay, so no
leave this to
transformation,
us.
and then you just have to use Owl Thunder to zap things here and there.
No, Celestia.
We may not all make it out of this, but the 4 of us can create an opening for you to escape. Quickly, you must get away from this place. Go to the Divine Dragon.
Well, if it's a lean and short map, then we'll do it, but
No, I will not leave you here.
we'll see, because the previous 2-parters have
Celestia's right. You have to go.
tended
You
to
are
work
the
that
only
way.
one who can stop Lord Nil.
We've always been the ones running away. Let us be heroes for once.
It'll be an honor to ensure your safe passage.
Now, Lady Nell, hurry!
Now, do we control her
Farewell.
while she runs away and
My dear
retreats?
4 winds, hear me and obey.
We'll see.
Survive until we meet again. That is an order.
So is it pure
We won't
defense
let you
for X
down.
number of turns? Let's see. We haven't seen one of those in a long time, actually. I don't think there has been a defense map in this game. Oh, maybe we do get access to a party. Or maybe we have to unlock.
Here I am, Divine One.
Nil.
My dear sister and her precious four winds have now been dealt with.
No. Well, if that's true, you should just kill me.
You're wrong about that. But you still have a part to play in this.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Is that right?
You said I have a part to play. I won't do anything that helps you win.
Maybe not wittingly, but...
How can you be so cruel? Does the love of my sweet sister mean nothing to you at all? I'd already begun to think of you as family.
You can stop your lies now.
Nothing escapes your notice.
Do your worst. I won't give in.
I suppose there is only one way to know. Nell? How?
Okay, so she's figured something out.
Divine One, you are alive.
Oh, so we
No.
didn't actually get to play the escape sequence, I guess. We reunite the party after all, and play standard.
You actually left the Four Winds to die?
Nil, stop this at once. Father is dead. There is no longer any need to carry out his wishes. I know his ambitions are not your own. It is meaningless for us to fight.
Meaningless? You know absolutely nothing of my ambitions. Come forth, my corrupted.
But they're...
No?
The assassins from Lithos Castle. That attack was
Hortensia
your
out of
doing all
nowhere.
along.
Of course.
All
You
along.
dared mock our Lord Father's ambitions. It was my duty to kill you, failure. Enough. Take up your weapon. See for yourself whether this fight has meaning.
This is not who you are, Nil.
Also, now we know why her lance is called Ripper Sai. I guess the weapons were a bit of a dead giveaway ever since they came out of the well. But yeah, we'll take a look at the map. We're unlikely to play it. Not just for lack of time, but if it's short, then that would be a different story. Look at that, only 5 characters being able to run around. So, defeat Nil. Let's see, this is actually going to be fairly lengthy. We get a party of 12, and finally we actually get to select our team. Even if we do have to use the preset builds, we are on level 5 with them, which means that we will have access to their class skills in their promoted form, which is extremely important. It does also mean that we're going to take a long time setting up. And given that we're going to take a long time setting up, and that moreover, I guess Nell would still not really be configurable out of the gate. We are going to save this for the next stream. Oh, look at that. So, I'm trapped over here. This is impassable. We'll eventually have to drop the barrier for this to become useful. Also, she's going to defend over here against Nil. This is an interesting reminder of the Ryoma map from Fate's Conquest, where you are basically trapped in a dueling arena with the boss for 20-something turns, I think, and the rest of the party has to get their business done before your own little fight just kind of settles itself. Now, yeah, we've got fake Hortensia, fake Fugato. I guess that's why they were unaccounted for in the previous map. We've got chests galore. We know items don't carry forward, but they might be useful within the scope of this map. But yeah, this is actually going to be a pretty big one by the looks of it. And yeah, we don't get to do anything here except the elixirs, of course. And that's why she's loaded with elixirs, just so this can play itself out with the AI for however long, although maybe we do get control. Yeah, and get put on the right weapons at the right time. We'll find out what that's all about. We'll have 9 party members to work with. 10 party members work with, we'll finally actually get to play with an interesting loadout of our own. Yeah, this is actually a very pretty looking map. Look at that. You can even duck out of the exterior here into the desert sands a little bit if you really do need an additional tile. That's probably the exit route for any kind of thief race to the chests, in fact. And you got miasma from time to time, but we'll grab some dragon veins and clear that out. Anyway, we'll definitely need to do tons of party setup first, get our skills in order, and figure out who we want to bring, although we have the flexibility to bring a couple of underused characters, I think, just given the level scaling and the availability of classes that I didn't really get a chance to try myself, along with their various level 5 abilities. So, we will be back, and we'll see how we do. But it looks like this is something that we'll definitely want to take a stream for by itself. So, that's it for today. That was a very successful Chapter 4. Just a total change from yesterday. If I'd just done it that way to begin with, I think we wouldn't even have noticed that it was anything particularly tricky. But, of course, knowing that the reinforcements were coming just made a tremendous difference to our entire approach to how to position the party and how to save up powers, etc. So, I guess a little bit of foreknowledge sometimes gives you a boost that you're never really going to quite relinquish. Thanks so much for watching. We are barreling towards the finish, I think, in what has been a very substantial DLC expansion experience in Fire Emblem Engage. Until next time, have a great week ahead of you. Thank you once again for enjoying this broadcast, whether it's live or on a delay via the VOD. And, as always, fare thee well.